All right. Good evening, everybody. I am really, really stressed. Olaf, great to see you. Thank you for stopping by right at the start. Um, I had, I, I tried if I kind of tried to start a little bit earlier, but I notice usually when this sort of stuff, when I rush, inevitably that means I have to leave the stream for a few minutes because of something that I forgot to do. So I don't know. I opted to shoot for sort of that middle area. But I am going to try and get back to 7 o'clock. Starts reasonably soon. I got a bit of good news today. No major changes yet, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things shape out. Um, and yeah, honestly, the biggest thing that I need to do right now is I need to somehow find a balance between the time that I need to finish a number of different projects and also just acknowledging the fact that if I go all out on things all the time, then I wind up just spinning my wheels and I feel very tired, but I don't really have tangible results to show for them. So, but yeah, none of that is going to be a factor in today's stream. So we're going to be jumping back into Book of Hours with the new Daymare update, and we will see how things go. Hello, Algrins. um, I have actually seen a game tutorial, so it was. This is very mean of me. I'll take a minute. Books of the Memory Which Does Not Die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is a forgiving sort of game. So yeah, I have been on the receiving end of sort of like running against majority opinions and being made to feel very out of place for this. But on the other hand, like, so generally this is something that I don't normally want to sort of like participate in or revel in. But there are some people online who are just mean-spirited and not very nice to me. And because, we cannot just eliminate things that annoy us from our lives, sometimes that means you'll have to share the same spaces as them. And I remember this guy was really, really insistent about a particular game, and it had a tutorial which quite literally started the way that you did, Algren. It's like, oh, hey, I didn't see you there. And it very much continued with that tone throughout. So, obviously the sins of the game should not reflect the fact that the person recommending it is, a bit of a dick. But, they were very much trying to get the broadcaster's attention and, like really get them into this thing. I think they were going to like try and rope them into some kind of co-op or something like that. And then you definitely got the feeling that most people thought that the game wasn't very interesting and that the tutorial was like abrasively corny. But everybody seemed to be hedging their bets before the broadcast. I, of course, said, I didn't exactly rip into it, but I definitely made sure that the next few messages I sent started with, oh, hey, didn't see you there. And then, of course, finally the broadcaster said not only did they hate the tutorial, but they thought the game was actually very dull. And then, of course, everybody piles on, and this we do our best to be the bullies that we all really are and make this guy feel really out of play. No. So yeah, I did get a small bit of savage enjoyment overseeing the tide turn against against a guy who'd been previously unkind to me. But I also deep down know that I shouldn't have done that. So anyways, you made me reflect on my moral character, Algrins. And hello, Be Freefuls. I was actually just wrapping up on how I was doing. I'm stressed, but I can kind of see some light at the end of the tunnel, maybe. We'll see. I'd love it if I could just get like the major stuff that I wanted to do, like finish that sort of before December's done at the latest. But honestly, the thing I'm trying to do is just keeping it like one big project, one major point of focus at a time. Not trying to sort of nibble away at everything and not feeling like I'm making any progress. Like it's just it's a time management thing. I screwed up on it. One of my favorite descriptions of a default from school. You just sound here. How you doing? Um, one of the big one of the descriptions of a default that I really liked from school. I think it's from school. It might have been Tom Sargent actually. Something was just a YouTube video, but essentially that the idea of a default is essentially the time when you need to decide what promises you're going to keep and what promises you're going to break. And I actually really like that description because to a certain extent, like if you imagine something like what happened in, say, Greece, you know, it's not like the default isn't always just like a bond thing, right? In some cases, the bonds do ultimately get paid, or sometimes the promise that you break is the timing in terms of when you pay certain things, but they will come at the cost of other things, such as certain pension plans or certain government programs. And I mean, in the end, there is the money that you borrow to finance activities, and there is a promise to the lenders that you're going to pay them back, and that you're going to pay them back at a certain point with a certain amount of interest. There's the promise that you make to the population in terms of what kinds of social services that they can rely on, what sort of government institutions they can rely on, and what they can expect moving forward. And in the end, when a country is in default, there is only one thing that's going to happen, and that is somebody is going to have a promise broken to them. And of course, part of the political dimension of this is to decide whose promise gets broken to, because some people will be like, well, clearly the people who lent the money are the ones who we shouldn't be too worried about. And it's like, well, that is absolutely a point of view that is actually a very popular point of view in a lot of cases. But it is one that also has some very severe consequences for it. It's not even necessarily the wrong answer in some cases. There are absolutely some cases where, not paying the money back is actually the viable option. But you need to borrow in order to keep things going. And people who, had let's say a problem previously are not likely to lend to you again. And so you do also need to be sort of forward thinking. But anyways, the reason why I'm going on about defaults is that I am trying not to default on my on my commitments, but it's hard. So but yeah, that's where I'm sitting. That's where I'm sitting today. I'm trying to a certain extent, like I can't get too upset about it, because in the end, all of this stuff is for me, and there are things that I value, and there are things that I want to see accomplished. But just the way things are right now, there was a lot that was, just kind of going at the same time, and I need to sort of just clean everything out and reset and make sure I don't wind up in a situation like this again. So, we have been reading a number of the different texts in the game. Essentially, I organized my library, and now we are reading through all of it. And one of the ways that I've been reading through everything has been, I definitely take down notes of lore that I think is interesting. Although, again, if I were to take down a note of every bit of lore, I might as well just copy the entire text of the books and such. But essentially, whenever I see a recipe, one of the things that I want to do is to actually take the time to read the text and to perform the recipe, because very often what happens is, even if the specific recipe is one that I've done already, I'll sometimes learn some sort of side activities. So it is to a certain extent, although the recipes I haven't been taking the time to commit to the spreadsheet just because I'm conscious of the amount of time it takes me to get anything done right now. So I will need to update my recipes spreadsheet at some point, but the books, I don't even remember the last time. Let me just take a second here. 224 individual texts in the spreadsheet now. So, the last one that I've gotten written in my little notebook here is the Cucurbit Prisoner Records 1928. So we had Two Wombs, One Heart. That was a Thirza Blake book, and that was one which had weaving and not working, and the swaddle, basically the frithweft and the swaddled thunder. We've got Cucurbit Prisoner Records. So this is the one that talked about transforming the chimeric larva, which I don't currently have. So I can't actually implement that one, but I think we have a rough idea about what that would require. We have the Cucurbit Prisoner Records 1928, and that one is about Hill and Hollow to turn an old moment into an earthquake name, and you will probably notice here that we have the earthquake name. So in terms of all of the different texts, we're pretty much ready to go. I am curious, I think I may have already read Letters to My Successor, but if I'm honest, I don't... Yeah, it's actually funny because I seem to remember reading... I actually think I've read these the plays as well. So maybe we start with the Dream of the Conspiracy of Lower Skies and then the painting books. It may even be that we actually wanted to start with the... I'm sure I put a note of this somewhere here. Just give me a second. Got a bunch of hexagons drawn all over my notes because I've been reading up on those. Okay. I think it's probably... Honestly, I think I have... So I'm pretty clear that we've read Queens of the Rivers. I'm less certain on the Burning Woman, Skeleton Songs, Dreams of the Conspiracy of Lower Skies, and such. So maybe what we'll do here is we'll do Burning Woman, Skeleton Songs, Conspiracy of Lower Skies, Book of the White Cat, and then the two artworks. And then we'll move on to... maybe we'll move on to the Sister of the Knot. And again, I think I'm doing some repetition here, but I'd rather read too many books or like reread too many books than potentially skip over a useful one. And there is a side of me that would love to like go back to things like Crowcross Sands and that, but I think my priority right now is going to be to read all the different texts. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, I don't know, I think it's been a little while since you've seen Book of Hours, but we've actually been maintaining a few different sections of the library. I can't even remember if I've labeled all of, looks like I haven't, so I'm gonna have to label as I go. But essentially we've got this section, a little one for inks, this section, and then we have some books that we're currently keeping in the Solar Temple. And then because I am a bit of a troll, I decided to put Cosley and Husher in the same place together. Oh yes, and I have my DeWolf library as well. So we put some time into organizing everything. There's also, I've been doing some reading. So I think some of you know that I've been kind of getting back to some of the old English stuff that the best way for me to put it would be it was in the textbooks that I was assigned for school. It doesn't necessarily mean that I read it for school. although in the case of Beowulf, which I'm now moving on to, I did indeed do that for school. So, and I'm taking the time to sort of read all of the explanatory notes and such. So in the case of Old English, it's a bunch of fifth and fifth noises, which is kind of fun. Can't say a word of it. I think all of you were subjected to a pretty brutal rendition of Cadman's hymn, but we have someone from the Sceptered Isle who can let you know everything there is to know about English literature, and will it can be considered a true representative of everything from the UK. No, there you go. Now you need to identify yourself, strange person. Otherwise, you'll disappoint your adoring public. Okay. The other thing I want to do, there's no need to do it right now, but I do actually want to take care of my hungry relic. So we're gonna take a minute here and feed them some grapes. Oh. It's a carnivorous beastie. Okay, I don't actually have that many eggs anymore. So we are going to have a chat with Tuppence. Time with the beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. Tuppence's most notable quality, all observers will agree, is that she is not Terence. So one of the reasons I kind of stumbled over a few of these texts here, mostly just because I wanted to make sure that I didn't skip over anything, because as far as my queue of activities is concerned, I'm actually in decent shape. I do eventually want to start looking at the things that can be consumed, and then I would like at some point to, I'll say, move on to the rest of the house. In that sense, maybe we'll take care of this little area here first, mostly just because there's not that much to investigate. And then we'll take care of this tower and then move on to the cucurbit itself. Alright, is there someone en route to Hush House? Dr. Serena Blackwood, one-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently what exactly? Serena is closed-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Ronwin Trust. So she has languages that we already know: Aramaic, Fusine, Latin, Greek, Frisian, and is currently looking for 6 forge for Lantern. However, for the affair of the particular mystique, I suspect that's going to involve Lantern. The affair of the particular mystique, the Suppression Bureau has a growing interest in the recent fad for unconventional, often prophetic, religious movements. No laws have been broken, nothing sinister has come to light. All these movements are comforting solar in nature, but there does not seem to be anything... but there does seem to be something going on. Okay, so we'll renew that whist right away. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. I am going to take care of these texts in a little bit, but let's settle a couple of other tasks while we're here. Well, I've got 4.1 seconds. How long until... Okay, 4.1, so let's get the egg. I'm gonna play Dr. Doolittle for a bit. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Cluck, cluck. A hen's egg, delicious when cooked, alarming when dropped. So, hello, Relic. Feed the beastie. Use a soul card and a suitable sustenance. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. Satisfy the creature's appetite. Alright, now we can start reading some books. No book reading until the relic is taken care of. The Burning Woman, a transcription of the play by Menander the Victor, possibly the dramatist of that name, into Frisian with commentaries. The play describes a pilgrimage of smiths and adepts following the trail of the Burning Woman, who has appeared in all their dreams and given each a wound and a word. The smiths and adepts give up on finding the Burning Woman and resolve to build their own kingdom, where our strength will be sufficient to shatter the world. The Skeleton Songs, poems of greedy delight, composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustration still exists somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. The 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets. The dream of the conspiracy of the lower skies, the disgraced oracle Damon Azenaton sifts through the tall tales of Penelope of Gordian, the work of the court poet Cal, and the forbidden fragments of the work of the adept Aratres, identifying common themes. Damon insists that the hours, far more than mortals, are subject to their passions, to hatred, and even to love. The seasons of famine and plenty, the turn of the earth, the transformations of the furnace, all these are only the results of the enactment of the lesser passions of the hours. Damon suggests that the hours have constrained their rivalry to avoid a civil war within the House of the Sun. He identifies the fear of the crime of the sky as the reason that the hours do not satisfy other passions. He speculates on the horrifying possibility of hours turned Alucite. What then would they devour? I forgot which one. There we go. The Book of the White Cat, stories brought by the blind white cat Penelope of Gordian. The aviform hours, the crow, the laughing thrush, the dove, and the twin kites had been known to meet in the mountains north of Gordian, at a place called the Roost, to exchange gossip. Penelope indicates that mortals who hear their words directly are obliterated, but claims that her cat goes unnoticed and returns to her with rumors from the hours' meetings. The stories that Penelope claims as hour gossip are fragmentary and confusing, accounts of contests where hope and dread and the shadowless empire are used as game pieces, agendas of ruin and remembrance from no known history. Excuse me. The most interesting element is the protective incantation she records at the end of the book, after she worries that the hours might in fact learn of her spying. Okay. And then I might actually take a quick second to get a book from the other room that might be of interest, but let's work with what we've got here. So, the 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. The painter Niels Fredrik Malsker notoriously attempted a series of paintings based on the Torments. By the 5th, actually, you know what? I think this would be the second of the 2 that I wanted to read. So let's do The Intimations of Skin, fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and Anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Fredrik Malsker. Malsker illuminates the evolutions of the names of the Grail with unfortunate clarity. It seems that a lovely who consumes an ivory becomes an ivory. A lovely who consumes a thirstly becomes a thirstly. A lovely who consumes a name of another hour might take its place. In the penultimate illustration, a lovely grapples with a fungoid knot that can only be a name of the crowned growth. The lovely's mouth and other portals gape wide, and the growth name is already partially engulfed. But it seems that Malsker couldn't bring himself to illustrate the result, and the final illustration is only a scrawled, bloated obscurity. I remember this book was really the point where I said, it really does feel like this game is dealing with the gods from nowhere quite a bit more. I'm not quite sure what that means yet, but obviously there's a lot more subtlety that I need to sort of read into the gods from nowhere. But that's the thing, right? You never want to give them too much leeway. All right. The 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. The painter Niels Fredrik Malsker notoriously attempted a series of paintings based on the Torments. By the fifth torment, the demands of the painting had grown so dire that he died of blood loss. The diagrams of this text are thankfully less detailed. The enticements of the Grail outnumber its torments, but its torments are its final nature. Birth is the first torment, and thirst the seventh. Through the enumeration of the Grail's enticements and torments winds the sorrowful history of the witches of the dry land. The ordeal of birth from two wombs, their struggle from and supplication of the Grail, the yearning for union which drives them all. Okay, I think we're caught up with the books that I wanted to read. So, the reason why I took the time to mention these here is this was sort of the last of the fiction and legend, plays, songs, painting, so on and so forth. So the rest of this is going to be text related to the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. But I wanted to take a quick minute. I'm going to bring a book from the other room, which might be of interest. Just a minute, please. Bionic Beans, good to see you. Thank you very much for using my favorite emote. So, I try not to harp on this too much, just simply because, I do think this stuff is kind of interesting, and it is helpful in my view. So, when you play a game like this, I'd argue even more so than other ones. So, I really love the Civilization series, and in fact, the science fiction takes on Civilization. So there's the unofficial sequel, one of Firaxis's first games, Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, which was designed by Brian Reynolds, who I believe was the designer of Civilization 2. So the thing that I think is kind of interesting about those ones are that they do actually take the time to tell a specific story. So if you play Alpha Centauri, the original game is very much about sort of the awakening of the planet and your interactions with it. And the expansion, Crossfire, or Alien Crossfire, I think, is sort of about this alien civil war. And again, there's still the planet story, but there's a bit more that's elaborated there. But it's also true that there is a rather interesting story, I think, in Beyond Earth, which I feel never quite got its... it never really got enough credit, I feel. And those stories, to me, sometimes can actually have a bit more impact than some of the games which are obviously really trying to sell themselves on their stories, because in the end, what some of those games wind up being is they wind up being kind of like reading a short story, or maybe even like a novella or a full novel. Some of them can have a very large word count, but in the end, what you are really doing is kind of like sitting down and reading a story. And maybe there'll be a bit of voice acting, or maybe there'll be like a few little games in between. But for the most part, it is a book with interruptions, which is vastly unfair to a very large number of actually quite good narrative games. But they sometimes don't quite... I don't feel that they quite fit in terms of the potential, let's say. They're not bad, but I feel that they could be better. And yet, while I don't think anybody would say that a good story is a requirement for a Civilization game, I do actually feel that the science fiction ones have been ones that have engaged me to a level where I feel a certain investment in what's going on, and it's not just because I've put a lot of time into creating these, these factions, these empires. Less of a story in terms of Civilization 6, let's say, but in the case of Civilization 6, you have all of human history kind of as backstory. I feel like you'd probably be getting in the way if you tried to tell some sort of alternate history or some sort of, like, I don't know, like it's not Assassin's Creed, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think a good example of this is that the story that you get out of Civilization is usually the one that you tell your friends. So like when I most recently played Peter the Great in Civilization 6, I actually really did wind up going with communism because that wound up actually being something that I needed to do. Like it was actually a little fun. Like, and of course, when you have that moment, you're like, oh yeah, Russia going communist, big surprise there, right? Like, but these are just kind of fun little moments where sometimes you will have history turn out completely different from the way that it did, or sometimes you'll be aware of the context in which some of these things occur, and maybe you'll find that equally interesting. But I think what really works there, right, is that I'm bringing a little bit of myself into that experience. A bit like if I, read a book or I listen to a radio play. And I feel that one of the things I realize is a huge framework to make the point here, but I think it's one worth making. In the case of Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours, there is a very similar feeling that I get. And I do like sharing these little bits and pieces that I'm about to with you, not because I think they give you any deep understanding of the game, but maybe sometimes these are some cases where it's an experience that I've had, but someone else hasn't. And they give just a little bit of an indication in terms of what other people might get out of the game. And they maybe just kind of tune your antenna just so that once you encounter something that means something to you, you're maybe a little bit more receptive than you might have been before. And one of the reasons I say this is because every once in a while I do get a lovely comment from people talking about how, they like the stream, or maybe they were confused by the game before, but they do find it they find the game more, more approachable, let's say. How are you doing, Temp Mine? So this is a book I've referred to a couple of times, but this is one that I actually got by accident from a used bookstore, and it's wound up being a bit. It's wound up being a fun little reference, let's say. So I think a lot of us, particularly if you've been to university of some kind, you're probably familiar with not just reading a book, but reading a book with a commentary. And if you've done some form of classics or philosophy of a certain vintage, you'll also probably be familiar with, with maybe reading a commentary as its own work, because in some cases, you have these, like a commentary on Aristotle, but it's really clear that the author is actually completely making their own points, and it actually doesn't have a whole lot to do with Aristotle. And, sometimes, this is a way that knowledge has been transferred down to us over history. But this one was particularly interesting because I was originally going to skip over this stuff, and then I wound up reading it. And this isn't a particularly old book, but it is a book that predates ISBN numbers, so which actually made it a little bit of a difficulty in terms of trying to communicate with the the bookseller to convince them that yes, indeed, they sent me the wrong thing. But there's this note. I'll read from the start here in terms of what it starts with. So it says, extracts from the explanatory matter in the first edition. So this is a later edition of this text. 1. The text. The text on which this translation has been made is that of Richard Volkmann, Tübingen, Leipzig, 1883, Occasionally, a reading has been adopted from the text variations or spacious commentary given in the 3-volume edition of Frederick Kreutzer, Oxford 1835. Very rarely the translator has been driven to venture an emendation of his own. 2. Previous translations. The present translation has been scrupulously compared, clause by clause, over and over again with those undermentioned. The Latin of Ficino in Kreutzer's edition. The French of M.N. Boulier, 3 volumes, Paris, 1875, etc. A complete version, often inaccurate, often only vaguely conveying the meaning, furnished with the most copious and fascinating notes and commentary. To the elucidation of Plotinus's general themes, Boulier brings illustrations from the entire range of religious and mystical thought, beginning with the earliest thinkers minutely comparing Plato, borrowing from the fathers of the Church, from works of the Eastern mysticism, from the Kabbalah, from the medieval theologians, from Malebranche, Spinoza, Leibniz, Bossuet, Thomason, etc. He also uses Macrobius very effectively. I'll read the rest of the page, so there's just 2 more entries in here. So, the German of Hermann Friedrich Müller, 2 volumes, Berlin, Weidmann, 1878-80. This valuable translation is described by its author as literal, but scarcely palatable unless it is taken in conjunction with the Greek text. Both statements are true. In parts, the version is even meaningless without a close study of the original. The German of Otto Kiefer, 2 volumes, Diedrichs, Jena in Leipzig, 1905. This is a book of selections, very extensive, purporting indeed to omit only what is judged to be out of date, futile, or incomprehensible in the original. It is substantially a Müller made very much more readable, with often improvement in sense, and sometimes it is to be feared a deterioration. The translator, upon reading some of the treatises translated into English by Thomas Taylor, decided, for reasons mainly literary, that the work of the devoted pioneer would not be helpful in the present undertaking. It has, therefore, not been used in any part of this work, except possibly by indirect suggestion from the quotations made occasionally in the commentaries of Boulier and Kreutzer. So, hey, I am Panzer. How you doing? So, again, this is my Stephen McKenna Plotinus. It's actually it's a revised edition. So I believe it is McKenna by way of E.R. Dobbs, I believe. No, sorry, B.S. Page. And the idea here, right, is that I'm never going to read these German and French texts, but there is some comments in terms of the quality of those texts. And again, there's so many ancient texts that we've read where we only really understand about them from people who are reacting to them, often criticizing them. So, you'll have large portions of philosophical works that are preserved only because there is there's usually a Christian text talking about just how bad it is. So obviously, some of those presentations are not going to be charitable ones either. Panzer says, "I'm coughing nonstop, and that's why I can't sleep." Any tips? I don't have any tips. I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever had a cough that prevented me from sleeping. Usually, I just get so tired I wind up going to sleep. But the other thing, too, right, is you have these ideas of translations that only make sense when they are beside the original text. In fact, one other note that I'll make here on the introduction of the translation that I have here. Let me just take a look. So we've got the translation. This is from my Lloyd Gerson Plotinus. The translation into English of the Enneads of Plotinus is a successor to 2 great monuments to scholarship, the translations by Stephen McKenna and A.H. Armstrong. It is not a replacement for these works, which can still be consulted with considerable profit. In the case of McKenna, he was impeded by the absence of a critical edition of the Greek text. That did not appear until the publication of the Edito Meyer of the Enneads Plotini Opera by Paul Henry and Hans Rudolf Schweizer. In the case of Armstrong, the first 3 volumes of his 7-volume work, Enneads 1 through 3, appeared prior to the publication of the 3rd volume of the Editio Minor of the Enneads by Henry and Schweitzer, containing several hundred corrections to the text of the Ennead, so on and so forth. So you can sort of see how, like, you have a very influential ancient thinker. I have one book which says, here are some points of references in other languages. So, essentially, if I wanted to have a full understanding of all of the works that went into this thing, I would need to know ancient Greek, I would need to know French, and I would need to know German, then I would need to know English. I think those are the... Oh, and Latin, sorry. That's also a Latin translation. And then there's comments in here as to the relative quality of a few of those different translations. And then, on top of that, the most recent of these works sort of says, well, in this case, we're not really considering this a replacement of this earlier work that you have here. But what we are saying is that, because time has gone by and scholarship has advanced, this is another companion that you can read alongside of it. And this is one set of works, right? This is the Enneads. This is not about all of ancient Greek philosophy. In fact, this is quite late in ancient philosophy. So, again, it's not so just to be clear, I am by no means a scholar on these. I read this stuff because I think it's kind of interesting. And I will admit my interests do tend to go quite deep, let's say. But, the fact of the matter is that it's very hard for me to run into this stuff every once in a while when I'm reading an old book and not immediately sort of think back to something like Cultist Simulator, where you have a number of different people all with their own sort of comments on the different quality of each other's work. So, for instance, we don't have the original Radical Measure. What we have is the glossed version of the Radical Measure. And so as a result, there may or may not be... we may or may not have the right... this is actually really bugging me that I've got a big space here, but I don't think I have a better place to put it. Yeah, in this case here, right, we've got Elapoly's glosses. We've got what Elapoli thinks of the work. But, it might be there's some other edition later which says that Elapoly was completely mistaken as to Peele's work. I mean, just look at Just Verse. What a train wreck that was. And then, all of a sudden you're sort of left with a totally different perspective. So, again, was it worth taking all of this time talking about the individual things that drive you to a particular game or a particular set of things? I don't know. Like, in the end, really, I just happen to read the sorts of books which will include every once in a while comments on the works that have come before about the same subject, and they will talk about where... they'll make an assessment in terms of how clear things are. I mean, they'll also sometimes be kind of funny in terms of how they judge the work, let's say. But overall, again, it's this kind of comes back again, and this was true even for Cultist Simulator, but I am still very, very fond of how Book of Hours takes this idea of knowledge and sort of its organization, its cataloging, the acquisition of it, sometimes even the idea of knowledge being hidden, right? The whole idea of Calyptra. And I don't know, as much as I can, I try to communicate some of those points of interest. So hopefully that was worth it. But we are going to carry on with the day. So I think what I'm going to do, just so I can read all of the Sisterhood of the Knot works. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I don't think we're going to be able to read all of those at the same time. So I changed my mind. I'm going to read these 2 first. So The Wonderful Shape and The Secret Colors. And we'll see if we can get 3 in time afterwards. Good, they're in the right order. Well, again, because I've been spending a bit more time with some of the Old English that I don't, that I didn't do in school, or at the very least maybe didn't pay attention to in some cases, I am gaining a greater appreciation of this game. In some cases, as just a celebration of literature. But I do also think that the... Sorry, just give me a second here. I don't know. There is something just kind of, again, like it kind of comes back to, you know, I can play this game very passively. I can take a look at all of the different words that come up on the screen, and I can say, okay, that was weird, and move on. But in the end, these are role-playing games, and they are very, in my view, very satisfying role-playing games. So I do think there is something about the idea of trying to combine memories, right? Like to take these fragments that I've gotten from other books or experience that I have had, and to combine them with the lessons that I get from books, and to turn that into a higher level of a skill, I do just think is a bit more interesting than an experience point system. I understand why there are experience point systems. It's a very straightforward way of sort of keeping track of where your character is, and it makes sure that you do not have these superhumans that are running around, after, doing one or two minor tasks. But in the end, it's not it's not as natural of a way of doing something like experience. Whereas in this case, not only is it that you acquire different bits of knowledge, but you combine them together, and potentially what you take from one source of knowledge might be different from another one. So I'm going to give another example. I think I started talking about this, but in a previous episode, but I've done a little bit more in terms of I've tried to do a little bit more work on this. So I never needed to do like Fourier series or Fourier transforms before. Just, I do know that they have some applications in economics, but I personally never wound up in a situation where it was necessary for me to learn these things. And in some cases, you can do a lot of work on subjects without necessarily knowing the underlying mathematics. So what I mean by that would be if you... I'm trying to think of a good example here. Like, I don't know, like let's take statistics as an example. So there's lots of different software out there. There's SPSS, there's Stata, there's SAS, RATS, there's the R programming language. Then there's the stats models package and SciPy and NumPy for Python. Julia has a lot of capabilities along those lines. Like, you are absolutely spoiled for choice in terms of statistical software. And it doesn't actually take a whole lot of effort to learn how to use them. And, in the case of something like scikit-learn for Python, you can do some fairly advanced estimators without knowing anything about how they work or how they're derived, or, essentially you can just say, here's a bunch of data, I'm going to throw this estimator at it and see what kind of comes out. And, in some cases that's actually all that you really need, although in general it's nice to understand the things that you're using, because, if you're doing something that matters, probably you want to make sure that you have a set of conditions for knowing the right thing. But again, you can't learn everything. But in this case, I've had a couple of reasons to do this look into Fourier transforms. And it doesn't, like, fast Fourier transform I take for granted because that's what's implemented in a computer program, right? The Fourier transform as a concept is the thing that I need to understand. I'm totally fine with some guy implementing an algorithm, without me knowing the details of how it turns out. And a lot of this just has to do with some methods of random number generation. And like, one of the things that I'm sort of working on for myself right now is this idea What a Fourier transform should be able to do is if you take any kind of continuous function, so just think of like a line that you can draw on a piece of paper, and if you can draw that line without sort of lifting your pen, you've got one of those things. And the idea here is that you can sort of represent these as a combination of kind of like waves with a few different adjustments. You know, if you put enough of these things together, you're going to be able to basically make any of those continuous shapes. And this is something that winds up getting used in terms of some of the random number generation that I have. Now, another thing that I was thinking about was the fact that I am working in a very resource-constrained environment. And if I want to implement a couple of the more complicated ones, so these would be things like simplex noise or Perlin noise, that would take quite a bit. So, you know, again, if you're resource constrained, ideally what you do is you do not spend a whole lot of those resources doing complicated things, right? If you have an off-the-shelf solution, that is preferable to, you know, trying to build something big and complicated. So if it's good enough, you probably want to do that. And even then, like trying to generate a sine wave is actually quite costly on old hardware. So one of the things that old computers used to do is they would make like a lookup table to bring certain values of those functions rather than generate them. Now, usually you'll just have some kind of a generator. But so one of the things I was sort of thinking of is like, well, if this is the case, you know, shouldn't it be possible to like generate these more complicated noise functions and then do some sort of transform on them and then essentially measure that decomposition from the Fourier transform, like basically to be able to say, okay, so here's the recipe for making this particular set of numbers from this noise generator, and then, you know, I'm going to do 100,000 or like 1,000,000 of these, and then I'm going to take a look at the breakdowns, and then I'll get things like, you know, the central tendency and the sort of the variance around these. And then what you could presumably do at that point is you could take that breakdown or some approximation of it, and then the only random generation that you'd really need to do then would just be, you know, to do those draws from the, you know, from the breakdown that you've done previously. And then at that point, what you can do is you can have these very complicated generators approximated through a much simpler form. Now, I suspect this probably won't work. I don't have a good framework for understanding it because, again, I'm still learning about the Fourier transforms and all of that. But the idea here would be, this is something, in my view, that is worth trying because the process of trying it will have one of two results. Either one, it's going to work, and I potentially have found something that will save me a whole lot of effort in, you know, this constrained environment that I'm in. Or number two, the process of finding out why it doesn't work will teach me something about what I was trying to do. The other reason for doing that, I mean, sometimes it's worth it to just do a difficult task. But one of the worst things that you can do is carry this almost like efficient markets view of discoveries, which is, you know, oh, there's so many other smarter people in the world than me. I'm sure if this was possible, they would have discovered it. Clearly, things get discovered every day. Somebody has to do the discovery, and there is not a rule saying that you have to be a world-class genius to do it. It helps, it seems. But, you know, if nobody else is working on that particular problem, it doesn't mean that you can't, you know, find the thing that you're looking for. So, you know, with that in mind, like this idea, oh, you know, if this could have been done, somebody would have done it before. Like, unless I have a good answer to myself why I can't do this thing I'm trying to do, I should probably try it, because if nothing else, I will learn a lot more about this procedure, which right now I've sort of been hand-waving towards, because there seems to be a gap between sort of the simplified explanations, which really aren't enough, and the like real explanations, which are fairly deep in some math texts, which I need to read the preceding chapters for, and I don't have an infinite amount of time. So again, what does this have to do with the way that the skills work in this game? Well, again, usually when you learn this stuff, it's in the context of a math course, right? Fourier originally learned this stuff because he was trying to work out heat transfer equations. It wasn't the first thing I thought of when I was thinking in terms of how can I generate a whole bunch of colored noise in n dimensions. That part's already been solved for myself. What I want to do now, one, I want to implement the more complicated ones, but number two, I also want to see if there's maybe a simpler way that I can approximate these things, or at least get the properties that I find desirable about them in a much more resource constrained kind of package. And with that in mind, you can sort of see, right? This involves reading some books. This involves acquiring some knowledge. In this case, this is a very specific question in terms of random number generation in the context of a game. Again, it's not that nobody has ever done this sort of work, but it's a domain that's sort of outside what the natural fit would be. And so there are there's that raw knowledge that you have from the book. So, again, if I get a lesson for quenchings and quellings, there's going to be heart and winter there. So if I run off and I read, E.E. Cummings, I'm probably not going to walk away with grand insights in terms of random number generation. But it is also fair to say that in the case of generating new knowledge, there has to be some sort of arrangement of previously existing ideas in a unique way. Otherwise, the innovation wouldn't occur. And so in this case here with the game, what you are doing is you are actually putting some effort into learning the topics that you are learning. And of course, it gets more difficult the further and further out into the frontier you go. So if I wanted to upgrade something to 9, so let's take Inks of Revelation, well, that's going to need 8 memories with Lantern or Moth aspect. And I can't have duplicates, right? I can't have 8 impulses and say that that's enough. I'm going to need to draw on a very wide range of experiences and knowledge in order to be able to sort of elevate my understanding of the Inks of Revelation to an even higher level. So at least in terms of my own understanding, again, I didn't need to bring math into it, but it just happens to be a specific problem that I'm dealing with at the moment. But when it comes to these kinds of things, the way that Book of Hours does sort of character advancement, skill advancement, to me rings a bit more true to my real life experience than something like an experience system. You build a number of different factors towards a goal. And I mean, you have games like Skyrim. Like Skyrim will, or actually any of the Elder Scrolls games, they'll make it easier for you to get points in a particular thing if you have actually used that skill. And I think that's a good system as well. But in the case of Book of Hours, it is actually, as far as a leveling up system is concerned, it never says level up. But it is one that, at least in terms of acquiring and using knowledge, I do sort of feel like it's one that aligns with my own experience, and so as a result, I think it rings a bit more true. Again, your mileage may vary. Okay, the wonderful shape, blessings, and invocations of the triple knot recorded at a sanctuary in Cyprus, notable for its weavers, sculptors, and gardeners. The roots go deep, the knots remain. The final invocation is one for the restoration of roots to be spoken before an altar of the triple knot, but puzzlingly, it should not be spoken by any priestess of the knot, or even by one who has been initiated into their mysteries. So I believe this is the one that got me my first treasure of the house. It did take us a while to actually get down to the caves, but I believe this is the one that sort of gave me a hint saying that I should try that skill over there. Okay, the secret colors. Black Ellie, disgraced Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, wrote this while fleeing the agents of the duty. Ellie writes of the secret colors of the sun, the blessed traces of error, weaknesses in sunlight, balancing principles in its reflection. A deeper account of these secret colors, Ellie reveals, was kept at a shrine to the 3 hours of the chancel at the grey rock in the sea, far from the intrigues of the sisterhood and church. It is hidden from the common eye, but can be revealed with the arts of sickle and eclipse. Aha! This is the one. So I was wondering for the longest time. In my other playthrough, I actually used sickle and eclipse at this this altar, and this wound up getting me the thing. But this is the one that told me what I needed to do. The chancel of the Abbey Church. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours, the sun in rags or splendor, the menascate, the madrigad, the watchman, and reluctantly the wolf divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the chancel, and yet it's the chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. So some fun lore stuff for me, and maybe some, aha after the fact moments. I am going to wait till I have my 3rd element of the soul so that we can read the 3 supplications, and then we are finished with the reading room. So not quite as much reading as I wanted today just because I was tending to the animals, but I think that's fine. I was actually delighted. I know, I think it was Terror Kittens on YouTube quite liked the Viper. Actually, we can make this a bit of an interactive portion for people. So the animals that we have in Book of Hours, and also in this house except for one of them, are the cat. Oop. Okay, yes, we do have some time. So we've got the cat, we have got the viper, the gull, the living relic. We now have the perilous imago. There was also the chimeric larva, which is no longer with us because it has moved on to something more advanced. We have got the magnificent green cockatoo. We have the stimfling. Who could say no to a face like that? And I know Jesse was very fond of this, but we have the loyal dog. So does anybody have a particular favorite in terms of the animals? Thank you very much for the tip. Now I'm going to go to try sleep. Good luck. I'm Panzer. I'm very sorry you're not feeling well, and I do hope that your classes go well. I definitely know what it feels like to come in less than 100% for classes. So I do hope you feel better soon. Okay, let's talk with Serena Blackwood so that we can make a little bit more Spintria. It is always so strange to be back. Thank you again for taking on the place. Alright, let's talk with her about the affair of the particular mystique. I've been asked to look into these solar movements. I don't imagine there's anything to it, but it would do to be sure. So in this case, we're going to want lantern knowledge. She has 4 lanterns, so we should be able to satisfy that without anything too scary. Yeah, actually, we can just use the good old-fashioned locksmith's dream, light through the keyhole, essentially the same knowledge for the same visitor each time. The manias have happened before, you know, these enthusiasms. In the War of the Roads, the Worm Wars, the Intercalate. I wonder how many features they share with the cults of other times. I don't believe there's anything here. When the times grow strange, people turn to religion. I think that's really all it is. Thank you for setting my mind at ease. So I don't have too much time left in the day. I don't think I'm going to be able to get another element of the soul to earn some money, but we have enough to read the rest of the reading room. And I think what I will do is I will make a slight detour off to the Pale room, or Solomon's study specifically, just so I can read the Husher and Cosley works, and then we will move on to our Tantras, and then it's not exactly our assorted collections, But this was more combinations of works by or like sets of works by specific authors. I'm slightly weirded out by the fact that I let a gap stay here. I'm sure I'm going to regret this, but... Okay, now I really want to see what the deal is, because there should have been more about Alexander. Alexander should be his own subject. Okay, well, I don't want to spend too much time looking those up, so... Okay, I'm going to live with that. So yeah, we definitely have enough time for one more trio of books, but I won't be getting anything to earn some money. So we will read the Malachite supplications, Assite supplications, and Chalcite supplications. And the sum of knowledge about the affair of the particular mystique. Douglas Moore. D.I. Moore was mostly concerned that the cults might be a breeding ground for Long and so increase the incidence of the crime of the sky. Arthur Moore, Lieutenant Moore, dared to hope that he might begin to understand the sun's plan. And Serena, Dr. Blackwood, dismissed the whole business of cults as a popular delusion in a time of change. So we don't know how many participants there are in this particular event. One of the things that we do sometimes hope for would be sort of the expiry of an event so that we have a chance of finding someone who knows Kernvek Kennebec or Ramsund. I can, of course, not disappoint, but essentially talk to a visitor about something other than the event going on to learn the language. But right now we've actually got a 100% rate in terms of satisfying requests at the library, and I've been kind of tempted to hang on to that record, so we'll see how long I hold on to it. There's other things that I can do right now, but I am probably going to need to make some choices about language before too long. The Malachite Supplications, prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should flourish not, let our enemies flourish in that time when we are no more. One prayer describes how a strong degree of nectar aspect can be used with Lethe and Trites Mahaira rites to bring forth the last nectar of the last history, the living ink, the Incan secret. So that is definitely a recipe that I want to pay attention to. I wouldn't be surprised if the other two have that as well. So I'm gonna again take a note here, just because it's a little weird to make another Incastum Terminale, but I suspect I will. But I am gonna just put a note here to say. It's just helpful to keep these things kind of put together in my collection. Okay, so that's Malachite Supplications. On to Assite Supplications. Assite Supplications. Prayers addressed to the Horned Axe by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should pass not, let our enemies pass unto their deserved end. One prayer describes how sufficient moon aspect can be used with Tridisma Hira and almost any egg to hatch the stone's children, the sky's daughters, the sea's sons. Okay. So I think this is the Stimpfling recipe. But again, this is something I want to try. Okay. Sorry, my typing's a little off. All right, one more. So, Callicite Supplications, prayers addressed to the Red Grail by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should remember not, let our children remember in their redmost dreams. One prayer describes how sufficient Grail aspect can be used with Tridisma Hira rites to give a life, a little life to a doll twisted from fabric. So this is one that we've been trying to get for a while, and we don't seem to have what it takes. Actually, come to think of it, I think this is the recipe for the flushed mommet, so that is one I would actually be able to do. And it says to the Red Grail, right? Yeah. Okay, so a lot of recipes out of that one. Wrong order, but... How you doing, Vanguard Master? You should rather say evening There you go, making assumptions again. How maybe I'm proud of my profession. Did you ever think of that? Anyways, I hope development is going well for you. I got a little bit of news about Dark Web Streamer, actually. But while I was not specifically sworn to secrecy, I kind of feel like that is something that maybe they should... I feel like maybe that's something that they can announce on their own. But I know you were a little interested in that one, Vanguard Masters, so... I don't know. It's not huge, but I think it will. It'll probably put a smile on your face. So, public on Steam. Oh my God! You are now in the dreaded wish list area of game dev. So good luck. Definitely feel free. I know you were waiting for a Steam page before you started throwing your stuff all around this channel here. So, by all means, if you want to draw people's attention to your... Sorry, I'm just taking a second here. I probably should try and keep at least one memory. See if we can hang on to the beguiling melody just for the sake of consistency. But yeah, no, by all means, if you want to shout it from the rooftops, you're among friends. Feel free to... Not yet to buy, but it is public. Yep, no, that's fine. I mean, again, if you're trying to generate wish lists, sending that link out is presumably the way you're going to do it. So feel free. I do apologize for not having touched on your game, but you kind of know what I'm up against, and I don't know. I'm trying to get to the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of all of the work, but I'm definitely struggling on that fight still. So I am glad that you are making progress without needing to rely on me, which is such a crappy thing to say. Although I do remember you said is like, yeah, this is not, get to it when you get to it. I know that was not homework for me to do. Okay, so I did say that I was going to be yeah, I completely understand, Vanguard. And again, my intention absolutely is not just to cover it, but like anything that I have done an early look at, is to like give it a proper go over and give impressions, because I understand, like anything. Actually, I think I read a John Cleese book on creativity recently. It's not bad. But the one of the bits in terms of writing advice that he has is, like when somebody, so give it to someone, listen to them when they say something is not working out, and then completely ignore their suggestions for fixing it. And I think that seems to be the right way to go about it. Now, I can't completely remove my inclinations either. So, like if I have an idea of where something might go, it's difficult for me to just completely stay silent on that, because, you want to be helpful, right? But what I try and do is I try and set that aside so that when the time comes, if the person would benefit from whatever we're talking about, but my approach is completely misguided, it's not a deal breaker. Is not a deal breaker that I insisted on, putting in the advice. Like there's the, hey, this thing isn't working out, and then there is the, and here's a possible way around it sort of solution, offered more in the sense of, like, usually, if I'm honest, I try and offer that stuff because it feels like it might be a way that I can put a nudge towards what I think the problem might be. Like it's a way of sort of helping to explain the issue. But I also sort of recognize that in my own case, whenever people have recommended solutions to me, it's usually not been the case that they're on the right track in terms of what what the solution should be. But anyway, yes, for those of you who want to know what Vanguard Master has been putting his blood, sweat, and tears into for the last little while, and I can definitely tell you he's been working very hard on it. Excuse me. That is not a reflection of the quality of the game. But it's now got a Steam page, so you can all go and... yeah, no, that could not have been a worse timing for a yawn. But yeah, no, you can definitely check out that Steam page. If it is interesting to you, wishlist it, and definitely, I can say this for a lot of people, getting wish lists is top. Now, okay, let's just be clear here, right? The point of the wish list is to attract people who are interested in getting the game, right? Like, the wish list in and of itself is not, it doesn't have some magical property that makes people buy the game. But yeah, if you are so inclined, definitely feel free to share it among your friends or people who you think might be interested in it, because in the end, it is not easy to get word out about games, and I know that Vanguard has definitely put a lot of effort to it, and I will also say, at the risk of, I don't think this is revealing too much, but I do know, at least in the past, it has been difficult to get the word out. So it is one of these things that I always like to take the time to highlight for people. Wait, sorry, the article all too well? Sorry, I gotta remember. Hey, no worries. Oh, yes. I've been writing a few more silly things lately, so I sometimes forget which outrageous article that frustrated people again. Okay, so I do kind of need, I feel like I need a refill on my tea, but let's get some progress with what I wanted to do. Now, Tradisma Hyra and Nectar is actually going to be quite the challenge, I think. Let me just make sure I got this down. Yeah. Okay. So I'm actually going to do this in the reverse order. So when it comes to the granting a little life, this counts as a tool, so I don't think the alchemy set would work here. Although I suppose I could at least put the Tradisma Hyra in to see. Now that's interesting. Okay. This is an unconventional way of doing this, but let's say Pale Mommet, Arab, Tradisma Hyra. Yes, that would be 15. But again, because that doesn't count as fabric. Yeah, no worries, Vanguard. Again, I'm trying to get everything straight in my head, so it's nice to have a little bit of a bit of a break. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to do here, I've been avoiding doing this for a while, but I am actually curious enough about this Grail recipe that I'm actually going to try the different crafting stations. I'm going to see if there's any of these that will accept the fabric bolts. And again, some of these really feel like they're obviously not the ones for me to do, but the thing is that at this point I've tried quite a few of the others, so this is the time for me to try weird stuff. Although I should still be restricting myself to things that Trides Mahaira can actually jump into. Okay, I think I already tried the kitchen range, but let's double check. That would be weird if it was the kitchen range, which was the one that allowed me to do this. So, not looking too encouraging so far. I don't think there was anything in the refectory to... Yeah. Okay, so in the house proper, I think it's fair to say that we don't have anything we can work with. Yeah, so it really is just a fabric and fiber and a thing. Okay. So we've examined all of the upper levels now. That's not going to help me with the fabric. Those are not the things I'm looking for. We can wash the fabric in the sacred spring, right? Again, the altars would be an odd choice, but I'm at the point where I want to verify rather than just test. Okay. So the last we have is the shrine. Yeah, and same story here. Okay, so it is fair to say, as it is currently set up, I do not have a way of using this fabric with the loom. Now maybe that we can turn it into something else. But right now the idea of using it with Tridesma is pretty much a no. That's a non-starter. How dare you, Vanguard Master? Banned for life. Cut my audience by a quarter. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I've been encouraging you to sort of shout your stuff out around here for a while, so I'm happy you're taking the option. Okay, so I mean, as far as the Mamet is concerned, unless I can find some kind of a way to get Tridesma Hira into the loom, or if there is some way for me to find fabric that can somehow go into a slot that isn't the loom, I'm essentially... Oh, technically I didn't try the Practic Garden dummy, but it doesn't look like it's got anything. But yeah, at this point, I just don't see how that combination works. So this may be something that has changed over the course of patches or something along those lines. In this case here, this is one thing that I know I can't do, so we'll leave that aside. Now, the Marcat is an interesting one, given how much nectar it needs. So my best bet would probably be to, let's say... So I really don't have that much nectar to work with here. Could probably throw the heart in. Okay, but Tridesma Hira is not an option there. It's also, okay, that is an option here, but I can't add the health. I also can't add the earth sign. Lethe is one of the required ingredients. So I'm curious if, yeah, can't add that one. So somehow I need to find 13 nectar between this is just not happening. So let's go for the Nocturnary. So that one we should be able to add the health. We should be able to add Tridesma Hira. I don't really have much in terms of a nectar. Okay, promising. Failure. All right. So unless I've got some kind of 10 nectar memory to work with, again, it's so this is definitely a challenge, and I think even with the Merciless Alteration, sorry, not Merciless, even with a Newman, if I did Weaving the World, let's say, I think I'd still be coming up short. So like basically so the things that, let's say we had a Newman. So the basics that I've got to work with would be a memory, an element of the soul, and the skill. Now the skill doesn't have any nectar on its own. So we would have 6 nectar from, oh yeah, actually this is an interesting one to work with. So basically we would have 6 nectar to work with between our health and the Newman. We know we don't get anything from the skill, so it would be the other 2 categories that we need, and we also know that we have to have a Lethe, so that would bring us up to 8, which would mean that I need to have a single object that would give me 7 nectar, which I believe would be the Marcat. But of course, I'm trying to create a Marcat. That would be a really good way for me to lose a Lethe, essentially. So presumably the way you would make that work would be, you know, you have some kind of upgraded health to do the Marcat with Tridesma Hira. But I'm going to put that on the too difficult list. I mean, I suppose if I wind up with a... oh, you know what? There may be one other potential object, because we've never really used the Sacrament Malachite. But then that goes in the Lethe slot, so that's got the same problem with the others. Anyways, yeah, that is a fairly challenging recipe for us to make. I would like to, but I just don't know how I'm going to pull it off. I am curious if I have an egg kicking around for me to work with. We do, a couple of hen's eggs. Okay. This one I'm not actually going to do, but we can at least verify it. Oh, okay, and that's a level 10, as it turns out. So here's the other thing that I'm going to do. The intention behind testing that out is for seasoning. I can try and find another moon sort of thing. Confounding parable probably doesn't work. Maybe one of the flowers. Although I seem to keep remembering that moon isn't a feature of the flowers. Well, moly will do. Apparently not. Okay, so we gotta put the egg back. Again, I'm trying to find useful things to stick in the slots. So I can put any old ingredient in. That's not really the problem. The problem's more what kind please tell me I can put the ashes in. Okay. The question is more like what's going to be a an eligible. Oh, there we go, moth orchid. The question is more what's going to be a credible ingredient. So I'm not expecting miracles here. It's just a nice, it's a nice thing to run through, and I don't have the other two available. So this is one of these cases where I'm willing to give it a quick shot. Realistically, I should only be worrying about the things that have the moon, but it's just as easy for me to sort of blast them all and see where it lands. Okay. And I think the deal here is, I know it's been, we've taken a little bit of a lag now in terms of the, I'm also not at 15 anymore, but I think that's unavoidable at this point. What I think I may do is, before I read the next batch of books, I may take a small break just so that I can... This interests me. Well, we'll take care of it later. I think I'm going to take a small tea break just so I can get the fuzz out, and then we can be back for... We could be a little more engaged for the second half of the broadcast. So It's a bit of a letdown, to be honest. So in terms, like, I'll keep these on the to-do list, but essentially to make Maricat, we need quite a bit more nectar than I currently have. It's a little bit like trying to make, I guess, porphyra. Is it porphyrin with? I think it's making porphyrin with inks of revelation. So until I start upgrading my elements of the soul, just a good old fashioned. Do they call it English breakfast tea? It's Yorkshire Gold, whatever that is. um, Black tea, Indian or Ceylonese tea, which makes me feel braver, stronger, wiser, from the tea essay we read the other day. But yeah, so Maricat is going to be that's kind of aspirational. We already know how to make the Stimfling. That didn't really teach us how to make anything else either. So this is one of those few cases where, because I would need to make I basically need to make an egg out of that, and I already have the Stimfling. I don't really need. I don't feel like that's one that I really want to spend the resources on. And then the Flushed Mommet, we really tried on that one, but unfortunately, I just simply cannot find a way to get Tridesma Hyra into the loom. And so if I can't get it into the loom, that is the only place that's going to take fabric, so far as I can tell. So, there may be other ways around it, but at this point, I think it's better for me to just accept that, this is the way things are, and we can consider next steps maybe after I've explored everything else. So what's the plan for today? We have completed the reading room. So visitors were usually permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine takers, visitors were sometimes even left unsupervised. We're going to be moving into the smoking room, the Westcott room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734 to 1797. So this is going to mean we'll read the Tantras, we'll read the... I'm not going to read do the Westcott room. We are going to do the Cosley and Cosley and Husher. Was it Husher? Herschel. Cosley and Herschel texts. Then we're going to move into the Westcott room, which is sort of our collected works. Then we will move up into the Severn Chamber. And assuming that we don't have anything else... Actually, I guess we'd also want to take care of the inks. But following that, then we move to the nave of the Abbey Church. And if I haven't started at that point, I would definitely want to be exploring sort of the rooms underneath the house, and then eventually move to the tower. Neat. All right, I am going to get my tea, though. So please enjoy a quick break. I will put the ad ups so that those of you that are just recently joining don't get hit by the pre-roll, but that doesn't mean you all need to watch them. So now would be a good time to get up, have a stretch, get a cup of water, a cup of tea, whatever you need, go to the bathroom. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, sorry about the wait for that, but I had to boil some new water, so... By which I mean it like fill the kettle, and inevitably I fill it too much. So, anyways, I don't want to say that we're... I want to say that the... What's up, Vanguard Master? The... I'm not entirely sure. I mean, like, it's basically... Usually I've got... okay, so maybe I should just be clear on the timeline. I started with a tea at the beginning of the of the broadcast with a certain amount, and you know it wasn't sufficient to fill it up. But like normally, I'll like boil enough for 2 cups at the start, and then I don't know. I've never had a problem like bringing it to a boil a second time. But yeah, just in case we're talking about. Just in case you have the perception that this is like stagnant water that... Yeah, no, you will not be carbon dating the... I don't think you can carbon date liquids, but yeah, I will very rarely have water in a kettle that is... I don't think I've even had it survive 24 hours. I tend to drink a lot of coffee and water, so... sorry, coffee and tea, so... anyways... So this took a little longer than I was planning, but we did make it through the reading room. So we'll start with our Cosley and Husher texts. I am going to earn a little bit of money again, and I am debating on Crow. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this, but it would be nice if I could get some more fish. So we are going to go. We'll use Pearl and Tide on this one. And then I will earn a little bit of money at the Sweet Bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I suppose one other thing I wanted to check would be the order form again. So, drinking cocoa... Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, like, it's nice that I can order in a few things, but they're not necessarily the things that I want. So, we're going to leave that be. Let's just get back to our usual business. We will read one set of books, and then we'll kind of carry on through the day. And of course, the first priority always goes to the things that can't necessarily earn me money, because if I wind up messing things up, it's always nice to have the option to... it's always nice to have the option to go to the Sweet Bones and earn something. Although, again, we've got 8 pounds in terms of notes, and then more than enough change. So it's more just to preserve rather than... Like, it's not like I actively want to be making a whole lot of money at this point. And 2 good gold spintria. Good for me. Alright, so... Again, we're starting with the Cosley and Herschelt books. We'll move on to the Tantras next. And then following that, you know, we'll see where we are for recipes. But like I said, we've already handled our recipes. Our intermediate goal is to get Pearl and Tide up to level 2, because at that point that's gonna sort of open up quite a bit of the Tree of Wisdoms for me. Now, in fairness, I would also kind of like to have I'd also kind of like to have the how odd. This is the inside sound when I'm outside. I wonder what caused that. Oh, there we go. That's probably something I should do a bug report on, but I'm going to want to test that a little bit before I go too far. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Okay, so let's read our wintry correspondence. The 12 Letters on Consequence, Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on what may come after, addressed to his once friend Claude Hirschalt, the mystic and antiquarian. By the time he wrote these letters, Cosley was identified with the oneropolitical worms movement, and Hirschalt with the birds, meaning roughly that Hirschalt held the order of the hours to be desirable, and Cosley held it to be oppressive. Many of Cosley's arguments about consequence and finality are couched in erudite and practical alchemical terms. Others appear to be thinly veiled threats directed at Hirschalt. Some are both. Incidentally, where was this? Sorry, there was a different. I was looking for something related to the right click. All right, we'll save that for later. Also, there was, I think it was Aaron Peel's lecture that expanded a little bit on the birds and worms, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Okay. Treatise on the underplaces. Whoops. Herein, the 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dreams. He warns that they may shift over time. The walls of the mantis, Hirschalt begins, are the size of starlight. Many of his directions are equally unhelpful, but common relationships do emerge. A picturesque account of a journey through nightmare, interspersed with what might be partial rites. On the 18th ascent is the bud, on the 36th ascent, the blossom. An introduction to the histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length against the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschalt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Hirschalt early in the writing of the book, but Hirschalt later became suspicious. Also, I keep saying Hirschalt, but it could be Hirschalt. Anyways, I get these pronunciations wrong all the time. Hirschalt identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. So I'm kind of curious how this lines up, because it would seem to me here that we've got blood, silver, design, and the worms. So those are 4. Second history is the true one, so that would be the Porphyryne, the Incastum Terminale of the second history with its glowing crimson mauve of the secret histories. Porphyryne is venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. So there is something interesting about the fact that this is the one that brings pneuma if you let it, as it being the true one. Now, when it says blood, silver, design, and the worms, let me see. 5 major histories. Blood, silver, design, and the worms as central axes of each of the histories. So the problem here is, so blood, presumably nectar would be the closest. So, excuse me. The green wealth of the world's veins, the pulse of seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. The incastum terminale of the fifth history, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. In the fifth history itself, the cult of Marakat was everywhere suppressed, but it's sometimes been venerated otherwise. So the worms I would have guessed would have been Nilicant. The incastum terminale of the third history, it's the bleak white-blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Silver and design. So we have the Orpiment Exultant, the incastum terminale of the fourth history. It's incandescent orange of forge, one ingredient. It's been, as it were, long rumored, is the blood of candescents. Certain Masonic and related traditions venerate what they call OE. Well, that actually throws things around a little bit, because if it's going to be blood, then this could potentially be blood as well. Now, this is about the ink rather than the history itself, but then again, so is this about the... Well, it really isn't about the ink itself. It's more about the aspect. Anyways, so that sort of throws things into a bit of disarray. Uzalt, the ink in which the first history was recorded by the unwise mortal. Uzalt is the bright yellow gold of lantern. Light lingers on it for a little while, even in the dark. Gold is not needed to mix to Uzalt, but amber is. Unobtrusive shrines to Uzalt could sometimes be found in the churches of the unconquered sun. So it's hard to see this as being related to lantern. And in fact, if we do a connection between silver, that would actually be a moon connection. So in this case, porphyrin would be aligned with it. So the incastum terminale of the second history, it's glowing crimson mauve of the secret histories. Porphyrin is venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. So if we were to try and decode this again, so blood, I'd still probably say Marakat. Silver, porphyrin, design, open question, worms, Nilicant. So if that is the case, I'm slightly inclined for Orpiment Exultant to be the design one. But then at that point, it's like, okay, so why does the first history get short shrift? Okay, let's carry on. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts to read. Let's break this up. Okay, the Thirsting Tantra, Fire Circle, I do have something for Natan's desk. Watchful Tantra. Shade and Lock Tantra. We used lanterns, so it'll burn up. Twin Serpent Tantra. And if I'd been thinking, I would have used it at the Vagabond, the Shapt at the Vagabond desk, but that's fine. We have Nona's desk to use the last of that Faust. So the Tantra of Worms. All right, so this gives us a start. We have 2 more tantras after this, so we will definitely finish the tantras by the end of the day, but we won't be able to read them all in one big go. So as an aside, this isn't really related to Book of Hours, but one of the things I've been doing in the background over the last little while is collecting a bunch of data on Steam. So the collection part is basically done. The cleaning part will probably be a life's work, but I'm probably ready to actually put this together in some kind of a database, which is a little exciting. But the hope is after I do that, I might be able to put a bit more time into playing around with... I have no space for any of this. I might be able to put a bit more time into... Sorry, just a second. Okay, so it is appropriate for me to put that here. But I might actually be able to put some more time into some data, or any time actually, into some data projects for Book of Hours. I kind of feel I'm far enough in the game now that I can mess around with the files a little bit more deeply, because in the end, to be able to do the types of analysis that I want to do on the game, I still don't need to be going over every relationship between the cards. I don't need to go over all that with a fine-tooth comb. And it's something I've been wanting to do for a while, but again, it just, you only have so much time, and particularly because I'm really enjoying this game on its own, I don't exactly want to be throwing away an opportunity to sort of discover new things because I was a little too eager to play with my data toys. So, I don't know, we'll see how it goes. But let's boost the Faust. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Okay, the Thirsting Tantra. C.G. Burial, the temperance campaigner, published elements of this in a pamphlet which led it to be withdrawn and destroyed after it became popular. A disquisition on the many varieties of thirst, their uses, and their effects. The Tantra describes how the satisfaction of thirsts may allow a mortal to rise in the service of a thirsting power, but warns of the consequence of rejecting those rarer thirsts for common ones. A man who thirsts, O mighty one, whose mind clings to actions in this world, will return to this world of action from that other place. We have the Fire Circle Tantra. The one known extant copy of this in Western Europe was stolen from the British Library in 1892, when Harvey Hattington confessed to the crime and claimed to have eaten it with butter and garlic in a moment of ungovernable whimsy. Herein, the great hooded princes are shown beseeching the wood to rise and devour an invading timbered army. The Dapple King, the Honey Tree, and the Sea Twins all deny their request until they enlist the help of a burrowing secret keeper. Armed with blackmail material from the burrowing secret keeper, the great hooded princes petition the powers of the wood for a second time, and they are successful. 1/4 of the timbered army is devoured by bees, 1/4 drowns themselves, and 1/4 disrobe themselves until nothing remains. The Watchful Tantra, notorious for its involvement in the deaths of David Jones and Meredith Blaine, 2 early physicists who each claimed to have the only copy and who ultimately fought a duel over it in 1840. The Tantra describes processes of occult illumination, including formula which may show the way from the Hunter's Gate to the Serpent Gate, which in the West is usually called the Spider's Door. The sun passes through the house at the appointed time. Since the sun's division, the time has become uncertain. The Shaven Lock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vantras rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change has truly begun, past the 3rd mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea. Still they will cling to your hair, the Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. The Twin Serpent Tantra. Just before the outbreak of the Great War, Alexander Sparrow, almost certainly a pseudonym, published leaflets claiming the influence of snake princes on world affairs. The text, called the Twin Serpent Tantra, was his primary inspiration. The Tantra describes the Great Hooded Princes, a dynasty of unclear origin, engaging in prayers, sacrifices, and poetry in honor of the Key Serpent, the Crossroads Twins, and the Mirror Queen. Nagai encircles, Nagai arises from wounds, Nagai spares those who are already harmed. The Great Hooded Princes are described as having escaped from the history of their death to a history where they yet live. The text claims that there are now 108 of them, but, in one of many instances of twinnedness, before they crossed from their death chronicle, there were only 54. One more to go. That's at Nona's desk. The Tantra of Worms, the entomologist Juliana Zawadzowski eventually came to insist that this text was written by insects inhabiting a human skin. She never presented evidence for her claim. There are diagrams. The diagrams are not good to look upon. The Tantra explains various less than practical countermeasures against the worms, the serpents which are not serpents. Moth and Winter are closest to them, and so understand their weaknesses. But both have their own perils. The linesmith crushes them, but that's not recommended for mortals. The worms have always been eager to inhabit us. Here are the practices which make us inhospitable to them. There are diagrams. The diagrams are not good to look upon, and none of the practices they show would allow the subject to survive. All right. So the Encircling Tantra is the last on this shelf. Then we'll have the Devoured Tantra, which allows us to sort of connect to Stanislav Schaller. It's kind of a weak connection, I know, but... Okay. And on that note... That's such a weird designation for me to make compared to all of the other ones, but what am I going to do, right? They're numerous enough that it's... You know, they get over one shelf, so... So I suspect by the end of the day we can probably get up to Nin's cages. I don't think I have anything I want to keep other than the beguiling melody. And it's funny, right? When you think about how you react in the game to a storm versus how I react now, like, storms are just quite ordinary things for me. Because, like, what am I going to take out of them, right? Like, it's nothing that I couldn't get by simply examining the swaddled thunder. So all that it really means is that I've got an element of the soul that I have, you know, free for the day. Whereas before it was sort of like, ooh, a storm, I'm going to shape my whole day around it, so. But I suspect that's the way it's supposed to be, right? As you play this game, you gain a better understanding of how the world works, and as a result, you will make certain decisions you may not have before. Oh, did I really do the consider verb with that? Huh. The Encircling Tantra. The explorer and entrepreneur T. Everett Duplantis once attempted to plunder the temple where this text was held. His fate is recorded in an appendix. The Encircling Tantra speaks of the Serpent Gate, that hungry portal sometimes known as the Spider's Door, which is sacred to the Mother of Ants, through which the Great Hooded Princes pass. The Tantra includes an invocation, but cautions helpfully that the invocation is of insufficient power to reach the Serpent Gate from the Hunter's Gate. A road which has no destination is itself a destination, it adds helpfully. Okay, more free time. So now we'll move on to the Devoured Tantra. That's the last of the Tantras for me, and then in this one I'll just call Combined Works is such a generic name, but You know what my question is now? Clearly, Weather Factory have spent quite a bit of time playing their own game, but I am slightly curious how they choose to organize their libraries. It's a little bit like, for me, how I choose to organize my desktop in terms of Culta Simulator. There are some practical considerations, but most of them are aesthetic. But in the case of Book of Hours, I really do feel like the organization of the library is very much a reflection of how you think the knowledge should be ordered, similar to the skills and such. And the reason why I keep hammering home on this is that, like, when you think of it, there is in fact a difference between dedicating shelves to certain types of memories. In that case, you kind of think of them more as like something to sort of be you use to extract knowledge out of. And that would be as opposed to combining the books in a way where you think that they may give you some more information, right? So that I put all of the baronial period books roughly in the same spot because comparing them against each other might give you certain insights. But even that division involves some compromises. So Ava de Wolf wrote on the Great Hooded Princess. She's the author of 108. And so if I wanted the Great Hooded Princes, so I talked about having an Alexander section. Certainly, I should have, like, the Great Hooded Princes are an even more significant section in the sense that I have just far more books about them. Sorry, for some reason, I have like 1,000,001 crumbs on my mouse pad. It's actually really getting in the way of being able to do stuff. So, in the end, all of these different choices in terms of the library shelves reflect not just a, kind of a priority. They'll also sort of reflect your understanding of the game. And it does sort of suggest if you do... Now, I mean, the fact of the matter is people are probably not going to wind up reading these books the way that I read them, in the sense that I'm kind of going left to right over all of my different shelves. But again, the ordering does kind of matter. There's an article that I wrote. I liked this article, but I definitely get why it wasn't one of the more popular ones that I wrote. I think it was called In Praise of Inefficient Searching. And it's something I really believe, where in one sense, I like tools like Google and Wikipedia. We have very effective tools for cataloging information. So if you want to get information about something, you can do that in a very efficient way. It's not that hard to just sort of put a search for something into some kind of a a search tool, whether it's a library catalog or Google or or whatever, and you'll get exactly what you're looking for. And of course, because we have digital distribution now, the distance between you doing that search and getting the item is even smaller. So where taking advantage of a catalog would allow you to walk over to the relevant section in the library and get the book, if you're getting a digital version of a book, you will do your search, find the item, and have the book ready to go pretty much instantaneously. And to a certain extent, this is the only way that you could do it for digital records, because there are just so many books available right now. So, again, I have kind of Apple everything, so Apple Books would be my normal go-to. Like, there is simply no way that I would be able to find what I want if what the Apple bookstore did was give me just random selections from the collection each time I open the window. It would be, I would either have to have very mainstream tastes, or which I often do, or I would need to just be exceptionally lucky to find the sorts of things I would be interested in. And one might argue that that is a fair system, but that is certainly not a system that is favorable to Apple to sort of maintain this, the storefront. And I would argue that is probably not a very good way of organizing, organizing knowledge. Like, a similar example would be like, what would be the most fair electoral system? Well, again, every citizen, goes into a lottery and you choose your government at random. right? You could not possibly get a more fair system than that, and I think it would probably be in a remarkably ineffective system for government, at least in terms of a modern country. So the one of the things that I really appreciate about inefficient searching is that you do actually wind up with some nice surprises. Now, again, the way I like to think of it is that the inefficient search, you pay a small tax every time you do an inefficient search. So when you go from one end of the library to another, most of the time you're not going to find something that you're interested in. And in particular, if you always take the same path through the library, you're very often not going to find the things that you are interested in. But the reason why it makes sense to pay that tax a little bit each time that you go to the library is that once in a while you'll walk by something that catches your eye. I actually have a specific memory of this. So I'm sure from the streams you've gotten a few ideas of where some of my interests are. So I am interested in economics, and not in the I like reading Paul Krugman articles and quoting them back to you as if they're my own knowledge, as in the actual study of it. I have a copy of Samuelson's, Foundations of Economic Analysis, and I can tell you all about, price index theory. I know the difference between a Pasch and a L'Esper's index, and I can explain to you why the Fisher index is the geometric mean between the two of them, and why it actually has a number of very ideal properties. However, that there is no, by what is known as the axiomatic approach to price index theory, there is no perfect index. Like if you want, I will bore you to tears on these sorts of subjects, right? So I will have nothing to tell you about like libertarianism that you can't get from somebody else. But if you want to hear about properties of certain estimators and how appropriate they are to econometric analysis, or maybe a difference between like structural and reduced form, and why I think structural is actually very cool, even though a lot of the stuff that I have to do is much more sort of reduced form. Again, that's the sort of thing I am into, right? But the original reason why I wanted to go to university originally was philosophy. And that was largely because that was what I started reading out of sheer desperation when I lost my headphones. Well, not lost my headphones, but basically my music player stopped working. I was terrified of being bored. And so in an act of pure desperation, I went to the Vancouver Public Library and sort of reconnected with a love of reading that had sort of atrophied over a while. Just, too many video games. So, and a lot of it was actually philosophy. So I liked, I did wind up lucking out a little bit. I wound up reading things like Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, and they're certainly very good writers. But, enough of the ideas kind of came through, and it wasn't too long before I sort of realized that it would make sense for me to actually, weirdly enough, one of the first things I read by Nietzsche was The Birth of Tragedy, which is not normally what people think of with him, but that actually wound up being a really good one for me to read. But yeah, it was pretty clear that I could benefit from sort of a primer on it, and that eventually led me to like Russell's history of philosophy. And again, like the ball gets rolling, and after I spent a little bit of time, I kind of exhausted all of the ancient Greeks, and so I was looking for more stuff, and then I wound up in the classics section, and then I wound up with, so obviously I read, the Iliad, but when I wound up with Ovid, like I was done for, like I could have just stopped there. But this is stuff that's really interesting, and I genuinely did want to go to university for philosophy because it was something I very much enjoyed reading on my own, and I certainly wouldn't suggest that I had any kind of a scholarly approach or that I appreciated a lot of what I was reading, but I did find it interesting, and I particularly liked some of the big ones for their own merits. So like reading Hobbes to a certain extent. I actually remember being there were two thinkers that I remember being very upset with, because I did not like the implications of what they were saying. So one was Parmenides, and then the other was Thomas Hobbes. And I actually really like Leviathan now. I think I even liked Leviathan then, but like obviously this idea of the sovereign and this need to sort of, you know, sublimate yourself to the sovereign, like that is very antithetical to my worldview. I do not like this idea. But then, of course, you sort of read it in context, and you sort of appreciate the overall form of the argument. I mean, to a certain extent, I know a lot of people like John Rawls, and you're sort of going back to not exactly, I wouldn't say a Hobbesian view, but you're coming back to this idea of like a social contract and things like that. But again, these are exciting ideas. These are interesting. I do kind of like old-fashioned writing. So, you know, Hobbes has a particular style that I think is really interesting. But, you know, in the end, it's not that I didn't like philosophy when I got to university. I just happened to like economics more. And that was actually really helpful for me because I'm sure I wouldn't have found a job with, well, that's not true. There's philosophy majors who do quite well for themselves. But in my case, I am, you know, I work as an economist. But the value of having sort of this broad, and well, number one, it's just nice to be broadly read because generally you appreciate the things. And again, I've talked about 2 subjects, but suffice to say there are other subjects that I read and found very interesting as well. But what is helpful about this is that as you go through a library, the more interests you have and the more stuff that you read, the more likely it is that you're going to wind up seeing a book on a shelf. So the reason I spent so much time talking about philosophy was I went through an unexpected path through the library on the way to find an economics textbook. And this is at university, so I'm specifically looking for it to do a specific assignment. But as I went through, it wound up being a philosophy section that I cut through. And there's this nice series of books called the Cambridge Companions. I have the Cambridge Companion to Plato, early Greek philosophy, and the Stoics, I believe. But and Plotinus. But essentially, there are these collections of essays, and the early Greek one is actually quite good because it is definitely written, like, you have to be interested in the subject, but it's definitely not written at a very high level. Like, it doesn't assume that you know how to read ancient Greek, for instance. So if you are sufficiently motivated, you can read through these books and get what they're talking about and maybe have your own opinions in terms of the conclusions that they draw. But what I didn't appreciate is that the Companions series, well, this one I actually do believe is part of the philosophy series. But number one, there are Cambridge Companions that also deal with literature. So I think there's one for Dante and Milton, Homer, and such. But in addition, I did not know that there was one for Adam Smith. There's actually also one for Newton. But because the Cambridge Companions was a way that when I was sort of reading, excuse me, a lot of this stuff on my own, it was really helpful just because what it would tend to do is it would give me another perspective on a thinker or a set of ideas, and it would sort of arm me with another set of texts that I might want to read. And so, you know, it's not like, if you've never taken an econ class, like if you listen to a thinker like Noam Chomsky or something like that, it's really common criticism that he'll make is that, you know, oh, and Adam Smith wrote such and such in the theory of moral sentiments, and and we've got all these economists running around like he's got a good idea, but he's contradicting them. And I'm like, the difficulty here is that the view of economics that he's presenting is that it's kind of like a religion, right? So you've got the great, the great man who brought down the gospel, and we all follow the teachings of the great man. And that's just not how it is. You will very rarely hear Adam Smith mentioned in an economics class unless it is about the history of economic thought. Doesn't mean that there isn't some benefit to reading, The Wealth of Nations. It has the same benefit as reading any old text. There is sometimes some value in reading what came before, the same way that you would read Locke, for instance, particularly if you want to understand some of the ideas that would, say, shape something like the United States Constitution. But, this idea that essentially what economists are doing in like classes is sitting down and essentially, parsing the wealth of nations to bring about this, extremely kind of Chicago school 1980s era thing. Like the villain in like a Naomi Klein book on war. That's Machiavelli and Clausewitz, isn't it? Or are you talking about Sun Tzu? I guess Sun Tzu would be Art of War. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, my I've got a modern library one, so um, my Clausewitz and Sun Tzu are actually in a single volume beside each other. I also have the Machiavelli one, um, but yeah. So the the thing that you, I guess that one's actually most interesting because of the Napoleon film that's out right now. Because I think Clausewitz wrote on war sort of in response to the defeat at the hands of Napoleon, right? Five of those Canadian monopoly dollars. Um, but yeah, the big thing here, and again, it's not to rag on Chomsky or whatever, but it's important to kind of understand why you want to read some of this stuff. So the idea here for me, seeing something like a Cambridge Companion to Adam Smith, is not so much that I'm like, aha, I'm gonna ace my my economics class now. No, I mean, like, you could honestly, you could do very well. You could probably do a full undergrad series in economics and do very well and never hear a reference to Adam Smith, except maybe in passing. Like, there's a good linear algebra textbook that just got a new edition. It's called Linear Algebra Done. Actually, you know what? This is one that's worth. I'm sorry, I know I'm going really off topic here, but this is one that's worth sharing. Hell. So this is the website for a mathematician named Sheldon Axler. Now, this is a bit of a narrow recommendation here because Linear Algebra Done Right is actually referred to as a good second textbook for linear algebra. So the tricky part here is that if you are not familiar with linear algebra, this is probably not going to be the best introduction for you. If you're looking for a good introduction to linear algebra, I actually think the Shams Linear Algebra Guide by Seymour Lipschitz is actually not a bad one. I have a couple of books which are a little more like econ specific, or mathematics for econ specific, which do a pretty good coverage of linear algebra. And actually, I believe this is available for free online, but Green's textbook for econometrics seems to have a pretty good summary of linear algebra. But basically, the idea here is that I've never heard this book recommended as a first text on linear algebra. But I will say this is a relatively slim mathematics text. It's very, very well presented. And I don't know, like if you're into gaming and things like that. So like my whole feeling about like gaming technology is that so many of the advances in games that allow us to enjoy the types of games that we have right now, basically those are the product of inventions, things like Unity, that make it so that game developers don't have to care about this stuff. So what I mean by that is, I think linear algebra is kind of cool, and I really like the fact that this textbook is now open access. So that link that I just gave there, you can download an electronic copy of the brand new edition. In fact, I am buying a copy of this textbook because I like it a lot. I'm not going to get that until December probably. But if you want to enjoy a brand new edition of this, like this thing just was made available not that long ago. I also think he has some accompanying lectures on YouTube as well. But to a certain extent, this stuff is still very helpful. It's harder to sort of see where it's helpful because, again, very few people are sitting down and making their own game engines now. They don't need to worry about, all the different projections and so on and so forth. But the thing I always sort of think is you never know exactly what you never really know what, like, when a particular thing that you learn is going to be needed. This is one of the reasons why it's helpful to read broadly, and hopefully you retain enough of it that you have an idea when the time comes that you can recollect. Maybe you don't know how to do it right away, but what you do is you take that knowledge, and then you know what books to consult. So Vanguard Master is eternally grateful that he does not need to remember his linear algebra courses in university. I don't even know if you took them, but Navy man, I'm assuming you're all gentlemen and scholars. But yeah, no, with that in mind, if you take a look at that textbook, the very first page has a photo of René Descartes tweeting Queen Christina, right? Oh, of course, yeah. No, that would make sense. So, do you need to have read, Descartes to understand linear algebra? Of course not, right? Any more than you need to read Newton or Leibniz to understand the calculus. But there is still some value in sort of understanding the history of these things. So, likewise, again, does this mean that you live your life as an economist without reading Adam Smith? I mean, it depends on what your interests are. But it's not I always feel a certain need to sort of push back against this conception that everybody's just sitting down talking about what a smart guy Adam Smith was in econ classes. But yeah, in any case, the inefficient search thing. So suffice to say, I think you can get the idea here that I am the sort of person who does actually kind of like reading the history stuff, who does sort of like understanding a little bit more. I think there was a really interesting idea in the Cambridge Companion to Adam Smith that presented him as sort of this synthesis of or resolution between the debate between sort of the Stoics and the Epicureans, which I'd never really heard before. But I actually think that they did a reasonably good job of presenting the argument, and certainly that gave me a new perspective to appreciate, Wealth of Nations and Theory of Moral Sentiments in. And the thing is that I would not have even known that book existed if I'd followed the same path through the library. And of course I signed it out. I had to renew it because I was reading other stuff. But this is what an inefficient search gets you. If I had just an electronic version of the book that I was looking for in that library, I never would have found out about it. And of course, it was my previous reading that allowed me to know that the Cambridge Companions were useful guides that let me sort of recognize that when it came up. And I don't know, this is one of this comes through in terms of Book of Hours, right? I like the fact that, whatever decision you wind up making, whether you're deciding to put the memories together a certain way, or you have a particular ordering that you have in mind, your library does actually reflect some of those nice features of real libraries, which are that you can sometimes bump into something unexpected, and you can be delighted by the result. And for my own part, one of the reasons why I'm taking the time to read all of these given texts is that I do actually want to try and take advantage of those ideas which maybe weren't intended to be read beside each other, but like to see what happens when they come through. And again, majority of them doesn't create any new meaning, but sometimes it will, and that will bring me onto a better path inside of the game. The Devoured Tantra. The diplomat priest Stanislav John Schaller transcribed this from the library of a Red Long, but his manuscript remains in a private collection in Karashim. The Devoured Tantra warns of the uses and dangers of appetite, but devotes an entire passage to the star-limbed hunger bringers who describe it with obvious affection. Who it describes with obvious affection. A million blazing fires in the belly engulf what has been swallowed by the multiform mouths. All right, on to the last Schaller work. So, Singlefoot Songs. I'm going to unpause, but I'm going to take a minute here and see if I can find something on Wikipedia. I think it was from Pliny. Yep, here it is. Natural History by Pliny. The Natural History is a Latin work by Pliny the Elder, the largest single work to have survived from the Roman Empire to the modern day. The Natural History compiles information gleaned from other ancient authors. Despite the work's title, its subject area is not limited to what today is understood by natural history. Pliny himself defines his scope as the natural world or life. It is encyclopedic in scope, but its structure is not like that of a modern encyclopedia. It is the only work by Pliny to have survived, and the last that he published. He published the first 10 books in AD 77, but had not made a final revision of the remainder at the time of his death during the AD 79 eruption of Vesuvius. First of all, an event which makes for interesting Civilization VI events, but also has done a fantastic job of preserving a whole bunch of ancient Roman pornography in the form of graffiti. The rest was published posthumously by Pliny's nephew, Pliny the Younger. The work is divided into 37 books, organized into 10 volumes. These cover topics including astronomy, mathematics, geography, ethnography, anthropology, human physiology, zoology, botany, agriculture, horticulture, pharmacology, mining, mineralogy, sculpture, art, and precious stones. Pliny's Natural History became a model for later encyclopedias and scholarly works as a result of its breadth of subject matter, its referencing of original authors, and its index. Pliny's Natural History was written alongside other substantial works, which have since been lost. Pliny, AD 23 to 79, combined his scholarly activities with a busy career as an imperial administrator for the Emperor Vespasian. Much of his writing was done at night. Daytime hours were spent working for the emperor, as he explains in the dedicatory preface addressed to Vespasian's elder son, the future Emperor Titus, with whom he served in the army, and to whom the work is dedicated. Incidentally, I am beginning to realize just how many ancient works were created by basically civil servants. So you've got Pliny, you've got Geoffrey Chaucer. I want to put together a big list of how many civil servants wound up creating either important or influential historical works. As for the nocturnal hours spent writing, these were not seen as a loss of sleep, but as an addiction to life, for as he states in the preface, vita vigilia est, to be alive is to be watchful, in a military metaphor of a sentry keeping watch in the night. Pliny claims to be the only Roman ever to have undertaken such a work in his prayer for the blessing of the Universal Mother. Hail to thee, nature, thou parent of all things, and do thou deign to show thy favor unto me, who alone of all the citizens of Rome have, in thy every department, thus made known thy praise. The Natural History is encyclopedic in scope, but its format is unlike a modern encyclopedia, again the famous Wikipedia tendency of repeating itself. However, it does have structure. Pliny uses Aristotle's division of nature, animal, vegetable, mineral, to recreate the natural world in literary form. Rather than presenting compartmentalized standalone entries arranged alphabetically, Pliny's ordered natural landscape is a coherent whole, offering the reader a guided tour. A brief excursion under our direction among the whole of the works of nature. The work is unified but varied. My subject is the world of nature, or, in other words, life, he tells Titus. Nature for Pliny was divine, a pantheistic concept inspired by the Stoic philosophy, which underlies much of his thought, but the deity in question was a goddess whose main purpose was to serve the human race. Nature, that is life, is a human life in a natural landscape. After an initial survey of cosmology and geography, Pliny starts his treatment of animals with the human race, for whose sake great nature appears to have created all things. This teleological view of nature was common in antiquity and is crucial to the understanding of the natural history. The components of nature are not just described in and for themselves, but also with a view to their role in human life. Pliny devotes a number of books to plants with a focus on their medicinal value. The books on minerals include descriptions of their uses in architecture, sculpture, art, and jewelry. Pliny's premise is distinct from modern ecological theories, reflecting the prevailing sentiment of his time. Pliny's work frequently reflects Rome's imperial expansion, which brought new and exciting things to the capital: exotic eastern spices, strange animals to be put on display or herded into the arena, even the alleged phoenix sent to the Emperor Claudius, although, as Pliny admits, it was generally acknowledged to be a fake. Pliny repeated Aristotle's maxim that Africa was always producing something new. Nature's variety and versatility were claimed to be infinite. When I observe nature, she has always induced me to deem no statement about her incredible. This led Pliny to recount rumors of strange peoples at the edges of the world. These monstrous races, the cynocephali, or dogheads, and the cyclopode, whose single foot could act as a sunshade. The mouthless Astomi, who lived on scents, were not strictly new. They have been mentioned in the 5th century by the Greek historian Herodotus, whose history was a broad mixture of myths, legends, and facts, but Pliny made them better known. As full of variety as nature itself, stated Pliny's nephew, Pliny the Younger, and this verdict largely explains the appeal of the natural history since Pliny's death in the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79. Pliny had gone to investigate the strange cloud, much like Vanguard Master, shaped like an umbrella pine, according to his nephew, rising from the mountain. The Natural History was one of the first ancient European texts to be printed in Venice in 1469. Philemon Holland's English translation of 1601 has influenced literature ever since. So I did want to just take the time to share this creature, and I do believe there is evidence that Pliny has been a reference for Weather Factory. Vanguard Master is claiming this is a portrait of him. You were in the back. Were you trying to keep your foot dry? Anyways, you'll see the reason why I brought that up. Singlefoot songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of the Huashan, near to the Grove of the Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. Singlefoot sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. I also keep forgetting that Singlefoot Songs gives a savage hymn. But anyways, we got what we needed. Let's go... There is a small temptation to actually hang on to the savage hymn. We know how to get it. So our next section begins here. Another storm. All right. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, sent Science Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase Prophecies of Glory, religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. 3 tally value. So we're pretty much always going to take that up. So as always, we will spend a little bit of time in the Sweet Bones to earn some money. Debating on whether or not I want to visit Crowcross Sands or not. I think probably my focus should be on reading books again, because we've got a whole heck of a lot. So again, the aim here is to get through the main collections here. So we'll start with Nin's Cages. This will be the Bruges text. Now I need Ericapean for both. So that's going to make life interesting. Well, you know what? Let's read this one at a time then. So I'm not going to do this for every book that has doubled up language, but in this case it would be nice to read sort of the Nin texts beside each other. And it also doesn't necessarily hurt that I'm going to have an opportunity to read Prophecies. Or actually, yeah, I can read Prophecies of Glory with anything, so... Okay, so this is the Bruges pop-up book version of Nin's Cages. So, Nin's Cages, Bruges text illuminated the merciful measures of the witch Nin. This is only a partial version of the original, but it contains illustrations by Nin's pupil, Mabelie of Bruges, which supplement the original. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. Mabelie clearly enjoyed drawing both devourers and deceivers, but was less interested in illustrating disease symptoms. The most rarely achieved ending. That's not the secret ending you're referring to, is it? Because I think I know the secret ending. I have a hint, at least, in terms of the secret ending. There's something that I want to do to verify it, but... Nin warns against invoking the edicts liminal or inviolable before sleep. Okay, I want to pay close attention to this. Let's try this again. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. Mabelie clearly enjoyed drawing both devourers and deceivers, but was less interested in illustrating disease symptoms. Nin warns against invoking the edicts liminal or inviolable before sleep, for no matter how secure a lock may be, its key will surely open it. Mabelie has helpfully illustrated this by drawing a sleepwalker clambering through an open window about to leap into the jaws of a sea monster. The sea monster is goggle-eyed with happy anticipation. Okay, so we did try, I'm going to make a note of this before. We did try to sleep with edicts liminal or inviolable before, and it didn't seem to do anything. So Edicts Liminal, the precepts of limitation and division, sometimes established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the Chancel. And inviolable. The precepts and occlusion and dissolution, their jealous enforcements, is the nature of Calyptra. Calyptra or Chancel? Which one do I like? So let's see if we can see something new with the Avignon text. The merciful measures of the witch Nin. For all we know, there could be more than the two, but... An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So here's one thing that I will try. So this may be different in the evening. I may want to save an element of the soul. Ah, okay. Oh, I just used my tris. Well, it wouldn't matter. Okay, so it could be that I need to match the relevant skills. Fet gives me some moth. Oh, it doesn't want me to use liminal. Okay, so inviolable is my only option here. So that would be a heart or a moon. So if we use the core there... Crafting in bed is not safe. If you want to make something, I will need to get out of bed, but if I want to cure a malady, I can use skills and memories with something restorative like fresh linen or beverage. So I'm seeing something a little weird. So I can't tell you why this is flashing. Anyway. Let's go back to Scar in the Sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it. So yes, let's take care of the last of the Nin texts. And I have a slight... This is a weird division that I've put in. Okay, but yeah, what I think I'll do here is I'll start one of the works by Omar the Blaze because they all require Deep Mandaic. It's going to be a bit of a weird way of reading all of these books just because of the languages, but... And then let's take the time to restore the Faust. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So I'm most interested in the Nin work, just to see if there's something that it can tell me about sleeping with Edict's Liminal. Or so like one temptation here, right, is just to move to it was Harry's, like the Violet Chamber. Like, so this is one that would allow me to use the Edict's Liminal and the Edict's Inviolable. So it may be a good idea for me maybe to try out the Violet Chamber. But the problem here is, like, do I really want to move out of the librarian's quarters just so I can try a hypothesis? Like, maybe that's not the most exciting way for me to handle that. So Nin's Cages, the Avignon text, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as the spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. Sylphea, great to see you. I should caution you that I'm actually probably going to be wrapping up before too long. But let me just take a quick second here to, unless you've just been lurking for a bit, in which case you've gotten your fill. But Sylvia is a wonderful Australian broadcaster, has said some very nice things about me on her broadcast, so that's reason enough for you all to just immediately follow and check them out. An Australian broadcaster has been doing some nice work with my time at Sandrock, which I had not heard of before, with the exception of seeing Dendrian, which is where I met Sophia play it, and then, of course, watching the co-op game between them, which is a lot of fun. I don't recall the name of the game that was for smart people. I didn't know it was streaming. But yeah, in any case, I don't recall the name. I remember one of your puzzles was you had to put the name of the dentist Tom, but yeah, one way or another, Sophia is a nice sort of variety broadcast. Seems to be actually rather well connected in terms of like broadcasting names. Labyrinthatory. Cool. I'll have to check it out, actually. I don't know if you wrapped it up early because it wasn't working for you, or if you'd always planned on moving to my time at Sandrock, but it seemed intriguing. But one way or the other, I do get a lot out of watching Sophia's broadcasts. It's definitely a lot of fun to hang out. It's always nice to talk about people who, I don't know, I do tend to like being able to see, familiar faces and just sort of, I don't want to get too mushy about it, but like there is something nice about community. In some cases on Twitch, community can just simply mean, having a sufficiently large streamer, on your side so that you get the large hosts in that. And I really don't like that type of focus. And it's not because that can be read in a negative way. It's definitely not saying that, people who have those connections are somehow doing something less, but it just, if I think of it in those terms, then essentially it's considering people as tools, which is not a great way to think about it, right? I have gone to Twitch meetups where effectively it's like everybody's playing a really terrible game where you need to give away all of your business cards but not accept any, and they're just miserable. They're miserable hangouts to go to. I do not want to spend time doing things like that. But in terms, so again, like it's not about the size of the broadcasters, it's more about the intention behind it. But the one thing I do kind of like about the community is generally it's nice if you can kind of hang out together and you have a common frame of reference. So, I think Selfie and I would agree that people who tend to like me babbling on at length, and people who like to have me up as a second monitor, Dendrian is an excellent recommendation along those lines. I will actually also say it's a lot of fun to see Selfia and Dendrian's rapport when it comes to their Sandrock streams. And of course, Sophia is a very good variety broadcaster who has, I think, a solid core of games, and I think wanted to try Book of Hours at some point, but I remember when I looked at Keymailer, I think their requirements for Book of Hours was like 777,000 concurrent viewers, so I have a feeling that is, it's not that they don't want people to stream the game, but I have a feeling that probably that was a default that they set that didn't change, or alternatively, they just don't want to use Keymailer. So I was sorry that it didn't turn out for you, Sophia, but yeah, one way or another, like, it's nice to just be able to have these points of reference, to be able to come up with a nice recommendation, because I'm always looking for a chance to be able to say, yes, this is somebody who I think is a lot of fun to watch, and they're worth checking out. This is somebody who maybe you want to put on in the background. This is somebody who's nice to have a conversation with. I feel I haven't seen enough of these, but I do get the feeling that Sophia is actually quite good at RPGs. Just in terms of, like, I get from what I've seen, you seem to put a lot of care into the characters that you build. So I suspect if we were to watch a Skyrim stream, it would be sort of the first 2.5 hours are getting the details of the face, and then you can pick another hour and a half on the rest of the character and such. But I always think those are a lot of fun, and I know there's a few people who like that. So one way or another, sorry, I wound up going on at on mild rants in terms of Twitch rhetoric and meetups that aren't fun to go to, but it is kind of nice to have sort of these connections among a few other people that we like hosting, mostly just because it's nice to have options to host people at the end of a stream. Okay, let's try this again. So Nin's Cages, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. They've taken you 3.5 hours to build your first Baldur's Gate 3 character, and now DC teases you about it anytime character generation is a thing. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm reacting to the way your chat is disrespecting you. I will refrain from doing so in future. Nin warns against cutting hair, cracking mirrors, spilling blood, or invoking edicts liminal or inviolable before sleep. For no matter how secure a lock may be, its key will surely open it. So again, same instruction. There is the cutting hair, which is different, which, maybe there is something about the barber's chair. Although I am starting to run out of candidates to use. Oh, did I use up my FET? Oh yeah, but I think we already tried this, and we were similarly disappointed where... Unless I can somehow put a mirror in there. Actually, I want to go back to that stone. Does it just react to everything? Oh, Oz rules. First of all, thank you. I know particularly at this point, because I'm very late in the game, I know I've been sort of more navel gazing than playing, so I appreciate you sticking through them. I do take notes. I took notes in Cultist Simulator, which was the game that was released before this one, and this one actually, my notes are a complete mess. So I have a notebook. I also have a notepad. So I do like physical notes, and part of that's just nice because it's sort of non-linear. I do have a tablet as well where I kind of keep some of the more temporary notes, but obviously that's, I could use a notepad for that as well. I also have a spreadsheet where I used to keep the crafting recipes, but they did add something to the game to make the crafting recipes a little bit more accessible, so they're more or less contained within the game now if you're so inclined. But I also keep a spreadsheet which talks about what memories you get outside of the books, along with a few different details about characters and such. And then because if you've been watching the last couple of streams, you know that I've been going through all of the books in my collection. I actually now have a Word document, so whenever I run into a text, like Nin's Cages, for instance, I'll put down some notes, both about lore that I find that's interesting or possibly recipes. Now, I do know that on Reddit, there's quite a few people who like to refer to a piece of software called Obsidian. I've never personally used it, but it seems to be kind of a mind mapping or sort of network style tool, which I think is a very good way of organizing the knowledge of the game. I'm going to take a quick second here. This is overkill in terms of detail, but this is an article that I wrote called The Networks of Cultist Simulator. This is a full-on network analysis of Cultist Simulator and all of the elements that exist inside the game. If you haven't played it, that article won't make a whole lot of sense, but if you scroll down, there's sort of this big graph of all of the connections between the different concepts. So all of that is definitely not intended to be like you must do this to understand the contents of the game. What it is, though, is it's an indication in terms of how the ideas of the game lend themselves towards this sort of structure. Although, again, I'm running a spreadsheet, so you can also put it in that sort of rectangle. So I definitely recommend notes. I personally think there's something kind of fun about physical notes. There is just something kind of nice about either having a small notebook or, a bunch of sheets of paper, just sort of shuffling them around, trying to figure out what's going on. But in the end, it's really kind of up to you in terms of what you think the best way of organizing your thoughts are. And the reason I say that is because off the top of my head, from, let's say, the moment that I get into Hush House and open up a couple of rooms, here are a few of the threads that I would be thinking about. Why are people referring to a fire that there is no evidence? There's reference to a fire, but no evidence that there is a fire here. The building seems to be in reasonably good shape. There are busts which need to be put into niches. Who are these people? What's the story? What's the story here, and what order do I need to put them in? If you haven't played Cultist Simulator, why are these references to the house without walls, the mansis, and things like that? And then there's the contents of the books, and because the books, with a few exceptions, are randomized, it's going to depend on what books you read. So, for instance, I've been reading Nin's Cages, and then there's another Nin text that I just finished reading. So who's Nin? What are they trying to communicate? A number of different items here. We've also got, the House of Leith, the Order Lamea, the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts, the Sisterhood of the Knot, the Church of the Unconquered Sun. There's a bunch of different sort of factions and groups, some of which will be relevant in terms of sort of the history of the house. The house itself is a character. It's, this game does a very, very good job of capturing the experience of being in an old building. And again, I'm in Canada, so we don't have as many really old buildings like you would find if you were in Europe or the I'm thinking the UK. Well, not just Europe. I mean, obviously there's lots of parts of the world that are not Europe that have ancient buildings that you can explore. This game actually does a very good job of capturing that feeling. And so it is appropriate in a number of cases to actually write down some specifics about the building itself. So the reason why I'm taking the time to say this is that for me, this is actually why I kind of like paper notes, because it's easy when you've written some paper notes. You can add some details in the margins and such. And yes, if you're, using a digital notepad or something like that, It's easy to, add and remove, but of course that assumes that you've got a good way of sort of searching through it. There's a really nice streamer called Sweeps the Pillow Clean, and I've noticed that she likes to use the notepad within Steam. No, I don't have a way of showing that right now. For me, I think most people it's Shift Tab. For me, it's Shift F1. But anyways, you've got your in-game overlays and things like that. And I know at least one streamer who's quite good at this game who keeps their notes that way. But ultimately, to my mind, a lot of it is about how you best organize your thoughts, how you best sort of retain information. So for my part, it's actually a hybrid approach. I now have a Word document alongside my spreadsheets and alongside my physical notes. But I would say at least one good note-keeping tool that you feel you work best in is best. I will also say that I absolutely play up to the stereotype, which is I also use a fountain pen when I'm writing my physical notes. But I do not use perniculate. Anyways, Osrules, I'm sure that was more than you were looking for. If you need any detail that I didn't provide, let me know. I will do my best to supplement. But if you have any questions specifically about the game, do feel free to let me know, and I will do my best to answer maybe a little more concisely than I did. Thanks for the info. The game premise definitely interests you, but I fear it could be overwhelming and frustrating. So, Weather Factory's games ask more of you. This is the best and most honest answer I can give you about this. They have paid me to stream the game on their site, and it did give me a copy of this game for promotional purposes. So let's maybe get that disclosure out of the way. And I will say, Weather Factory games ask more of you than most other games. But I also think it's unfair to say that this game doesn't, when people say the game doesn't have a tutorial, it does not have a traditional tutorial. Now, I need to be careful in acknowledging that people have different tolerance for difficulty. My general feeling for games are that I don't usually like looking up wikis and things like that. And the main reason for that is that one of the things that approach teaches me is to just simply look up someone else's solution rather than solve it on my own. And one of the great delights of a game like this, because the secret history setting is very well developed. I don't know if you've heard of Cultist Simulator, but this is the second computer game in this setting. And then in terms of other products that exist in this setting, there is The Lady Afterwards, which is sort of a tabletop RPG experience. And then there's also a live event called The Locksmith's Dream, which I think we'll be doing at least one more before the end of the year if you will be in Wales around that time. And there's a lot to go on, right? Like I've played Cultist Simulator for a few years, and there are cool little bits of lore and details that are making a bit more sense. You've heard of it, and they do say that this is only a little more forgiving. I actually think this is considerably more forgiving than Cultist Simulator. So the contrast that I can draw is this. Cultist Simulator is a roguelike, and so that game will fail you for for not playing it correctly. So if you don't find a reliable way to earn money, you will starve to death, and you will have to start over from the beginning. And that can be very frustrating if you have made a lot of progress and then you have to go back to square one as a result. So far as I can tell, in Book of Hours, there is no way to die. There is no way to sort of completely reset your progress, except that I do notice that there are some people who say, oh, now that I know this, I want to play the game right, and I want to go back again. So, for instance, when I go to the Tree of Wisdoms, let's do Bells and Braziers. So we've got the chime. In the right mortal's hand, the right tool can become the weapon that ends a war. This is a high purpose of ithistry. Or we have the toll. In the right mortal's hand, the right tool can become the weapon that begins a war. This is a high consequence of horamachistry. So, in this case, these are contradictory results, and I've had a couple of people write some fairly cranky comments on my YouTube channel saying that I'm wasting time caring about this text. But in my view, like you play a game like this because of the setting and the text. And so to me, I do care about this stuff. And sometimes I'm not just going to use it so that I can get a particular element of the soul, which might be helpful for the game's mechanics, but maybe takes me down a path that I feel uncomfortable with in terms of its implications for the overall story and the setting. So, the fact of the matter is that I do not feel compelled to do anything in Book of Hours. If I don't take action, the game won't go forward, but the game is not going to yell at me for doing it the wrong way. And basically, when I point out the fact that there are contradictory outcomes in the Tree of Wisdoms, sometimes what people will say is oh, I didn't know that, I want to do my playthrough all over again. I'm like, but in real life, right, when you learn that things could have gone differently, you don't get to go back and redo your decisions. What you do is you try and steer the ship towards, the outcome that you want, with the past that you've had. And I think that's really interesting. So this is a game where you don't really lose per se, but you could hit a wall of not progressing if you can't figure certain things out. Absolutely, yeah. And again, the game does in its window, its loading screens does tell you, right? There's always a way forward, but it may mean taking a path other than what you expect. Because the game is definitely not the same puzzle over and over and over again. And I've noticed it's actually been really cool because people have been really receptive about this. As I play this game since release, people have kind of been coming in and saying, it feels like such and such is impossible to do. And this particular playthrough, I actually unlocked the entire house. I won't focus too much on some of the later stuff because, you might just want to discover some of this on your own. But this is how big the house is, and you have to unlock every individual room. And I did that effectively without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. I did get one extra whist for reasons that are maybe not that interesting right now. But you can do everything in this game. Or at least close to everything. I'll put it to you this way. You can achieve an ending for this game without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. It is considerably more difficult to do so, but you could actually go without all of the elements of the soul that I have and accomplish this. And I can say this because I've done it. The last thing that I do need to say is that there is a pretty welcoming community. So whether you do engage on Reddit or the Discord, and frankly, I would hope to include myself inside of that. So if you have questions, specific questions, I'm usually very happy to answer them either on YouTube or on Twitch. But there are people who will help you out if you go for it. And there is a wiki for this game. The only thing is that, again, I do feel that some of the fun of this game is trying to work it out for yourself. And so essentially what's going to happen is that the tutorial of the game is getting you off of St. Brendan's Cove, learning how the consider verb works, learning how the talk verb works, and making your way to the house in the first place. And part of it is even just learning that you need to zoom in close enough so that you can find a certain object. And then once you know all of that, what you effectively do is you use those same ideas. I think the only thing that the game doesn't really explain up to that point is crafting. And you'll need to know crafting essentially once you get to this threshold or this staircase. I won't elaborate any further, but there's a couple of challenges that the game throws at you where effectively those are the tests to see whether or not you've learned how crafting works. So the tutorial of the game is very subtle in that they just sort of nudge you towards certain things. But because you don't see other games do it that way, there is the perception that the game doesn't have a tutorial. But I will be absolutely clear. Even in the beta, I had a very distinct impression that I was being taught all the stuff that I knew from Cultist Simulator in those first moments where I went from St. Brendan's Cove to the Keeper's Lodge. So I don't know. It is a game that I personally strongly recommend, and I'll be honest with you. If it is the theme that you are interested in, this game is just dripping with it. Atmosphere, setting, that is all there. I completely appreciate the idea of frustration, and it is one reason why I would say that Cultist Simulator might be something that you want to be careful around. But I feel that Book of Hours is specifically designed for people who wanted to like Cultist Simulator but didn't like the idea of having to start over again. And so as long as you are willing to spend the time in Hush House, Hush House will have more things to show you. And so in that sense, it's one that I'm very enthusiastic to recommend. And you do say it does seem to be a game where people either love it or hate it, not a lot of middle ground. I can actually say that, so Alexis Kennedy is the designer on it. So it's a couple. So Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, husband and wife husband and wife team who develop these games. And there is in fact a talk from Alexis, which is specifically about how one of the strengths that indie games have are that they can afford to be polarizing, that they don't need to appeal to a mass audience. And so as a result, it can be its own thing. And that does sometimes mean, people who are not into this type of game will be, it will be alienating to them. But my personal, reward, I guess, is that I am one of the people who likes this type of game. And so as a result, and I'm fortunate enough that there are enough people in the world who do like these types of games that it means that there are now 2 of them, and Weather Factory is already planning out their next game. So Book of Hours is like Stardew Valley Cultist Simulator. That's an interesting one. I haven't played a whole lot of Stardew Valley, but yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot to do, right? And that means that there's a lot to figure out. But I've always felt that it's, I've never felt that the game was sort of unfair in how it treated me. All right, let's read The Star in the Sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it. Each page of this book contains one word only, but as each page is turned, a knowledge creeps in. The final page is crowded. Each reader of the book records the same word. Now it is my turn. So that didn't help me out with the... didn't help me out with the Edict's liminal hint that it gave me. Yeah, Oz rules. I could definitely say. I mean, again, like, don't get me wrong. I like to joke, lol, this game is for smart people. But, like, to be honest with you, like, the type of smarts really for this game is that it's a very literary game. It is one where if you've done a bit of reading, if you know a bit of history, it is very enjoyable along those dimensions. I don't think the puzzles are too demanding, other than the fact that they present you with a strange and... All right, thanks, B. Freefills. Have a good one. I think a lot of the puzzles have to do a little bit more with sort of a kind of dream logic or understanding a little bit more about the world. So again, if you like the idea behind the game, if you like the idea of exploring an occult library and finding out what's happening, well, some of what I'm trying to figure out, like all of these notes that I'm taking, are trying to figure out. A good example of this would be, I had this book, Nin's Cages, the Bruges text illuminated, which has illustrations, and Nin's Cages, the Avignon text. So again, because I'm tremendously disrespectful to this wonderful game, I like to say that this is the Nin's Cages pop-up book edition and the Avignon text. But basically, this made a reference to a couple of the skills that I have. So in this case, the Edict's Liminal and the Edict's Inviolable. And it said, don't use those before bed. So I don't have the relevant aspect to put this in my bed in the librarian's quarters, but I can do it with the Edict's Inviolable. Maybe I'll add the core here. And in this case, I just get a crafting in bed is not safe. And I have other things that I can do. So for instance, I can add like a drink or something like that. But essentially, the book in the game seems to have suggested something. But I also haven't quite been able... Clearly there's something that I'm missing, or I've misinterpreted the hint. So that's just something that goes in my notes, and I'm like, okay, maybe I don't have the knowledge that I need. There has definitely been points where... So actually another example would be, and I'm not going to point out the specific section, but there was a question that I had about the location of a treasure of the house and we read the book that finally cracked that one open. I believe it was The Secret Colors. And from there, I was able to say, okay, no, I get this now. So that's where that secret was. And again, there's so many rooms. I think it's fully possible that there are still secrets of the house which I haven't discovered yet, which is why I'm going through all of these different books. But again, if you're the type of person that and again, I'm not trying to suggest that this is a bad way of playing games, but if you like that sort of more instantaneous solution, that can be a little troublesome. But again, like the game gives you lots of things. Usually for me, when I run into a block, that's just an indication to me that I should try doing something different. And so in that case, I don't feel too stressed about going on and trying out something different. I have enough to be able to basically win the game now. So I'm taking the time. I'm kind of doing my idiot check of checking out everything else in the house to see if I've missed something. So, okay, so we read The Star in the Sky. I've read Omar divulges a glassmaker's secret that the ichor vitreous can be filtered and enriched with enough lantern aspect to become the ink ashertine, which resists untruths. I think this is a bug here, but we'll ignore that. Omar describes his progress in mastering the illumination techniques that rely on the truths of glass, and Omar divulges a glassmaker's secret. Wait a minute. Okay, I read this in the wrong order. So, an early work by Omar the Blaze, a novice or apprentice of the Labyrinth of Lions, Omar describes his progress in mastering the illumination techniques that rely on the truths of glass. And Omar divulges a glassmaker's secret that the ichor vitreous can be filtered and enriched with some lantern aspect to become the ink ashertine, which resists untruths. So, that's going to be something that I put inside of my notes. So, make a new entry. So I usually like to write the author down. Okay. So, let me just take one more second here. So what do I do with that, right? One of the things I've been saying to myself is I would like to, when I'm given a recipe, so actually I'm also going to write down that recipe really quick. So the missing part here, now it could be that the lion in the glass wound up giving me a skill which says the glassmaker's secret. So it could be that there's a little bit of context that I'm missing in my current setup. But what I want to do now is I actually want to take the time and work out that recipe, right? The game's clearly given me some kind of a recommendation. It said that I should use lanterns, so the alchemist glassware seems like a good fit. And as it happens, we have the ichor vitreous right here, a pale and watchful fluid that can be gathered sometimes when the door in the eye is opened. So it's given me a recipe here. It says sufficient lanterns, so we'll add the Faust and we'll add Revelation. I could add another substance here, but I think with the 8 we should be fine anyway. So it says glassmaker's secret. So we've got glaziering and lightsmithing. We've got glass blowing and vessel crafting somewhere here. Now, glass blowing and vessel crafting doesn't actually have a lantern component. In fact, I don't believe it would apply to the alchemist's table at all. So in this case, we'll say, well, glaziering and lightsmithing seems like it might fit. So what do we have here? Well, what do you know? This is a recipe that I already had. Ashertine with 15 lantern And I believe I actually already have some ashertine kicking around. Quite a powerful lantern ink. Lies written in ashertine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark, an ink of revelation. One thing I could try to do is just take a quick peek and see if glassblowing and vessel crafting winds up producing something similar. The challenge here, of course, is that I would need to find sufficient lantern. Yeah, I can't add the lantern memory here. Okay, I'm not going to spend that much time, but that would be a decent example, and hopefully you got a bit of a clue in terms of why I'm not keeping track of the different recipes. But that would be an example here, right, where it's not like the game kind of ran out and said, like, you know, I made an error originally. I said glassblowing and vessel crafting. It's like, well, you know, this seems to make sense. But because it didn't have the lantern aspect, I'm like, okay, maybe glaziering and lightsmithing makes a bit more sense. And yeah, in this case, it had the lantern and the recipe turned out. So there's enough space there for me to say, I have a pretty good idea about what this game wants from me. Let's verify that that's true. As it happens, that was one of the more powerful ingredients that I could have used, so or recipes that I could have run with. So let's get another. We're actually running close to the end of the day, so I may have to dump a whole bunch of elements of the soul in the last minute. But it is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire and the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So, while we're at it, let's read some more books. I've got another work by Omar the Blaze, Each Flame is Fuel. Now, I would have liked to have read all of the Omar the Blaze texts in one big go. I think the problem with that approach is... Oh, I actually don't have that many texts that are demanding special languages. Okay. I am running a small risk here that I'm going to run out of elements of the soul at the end of the day. But yeah, let's try and read the Omar works in order, and then we'll do a big dump of the remaining texts. And at that point, I probably really am going to have to... I probably am going to have to pack it in for the day, because there is quite a bit I need to finish tonight. Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. I also need to decide whether or not I want to read Prophecies of Glory today. I don't think it'll hurt. I mean, it's probably a bit much to think that I'm going to be able to level up whatever comes out the other end of this, but let's live dangerously. Religious and Patriotic Fables, collected or composed by William Gore. I think William Gore also wrote Introduction to the Histories, which will suggest I should rearrange the... That's Wayne Scott Histories. Maybe I don't have Introduction to the Histories. But yeah, if I do wind up with it, I would probably need to rearrange the library a little bit. Better now. We can renew one more. Well, hang on. Let me just think a little bit about this. So, it's got each flame is fuel, a work by Omar the Blaze, an initiate or craftsmaster at the Labyrinth of Lions. Omar describes his work in the construction of mirrors for the enclosure of a sacred flame and his slow realization of a flaw in the glass. Omar explains how his lightsmithing techniques can be used in the presence of sufficient lantern to enrich xanthotic essence into the great ink of the first history, but he pleads caution in its use lest the chandler be realized. Okay, so that's another big revelation. Flame his fuel. Sorry, also need to update Lion in the Glass. Pretty sure I've got this one, but let me just double check. Okay. So I've got lots of Faust kicking around still, so we will take our Alchemist Glassware. We need the Xanthotic Essence. Iotic is the orange one, so there's Iotic. So try Glaciary and Lightsmithing. Yeah, there's the Uzalt. So yeah, as it turns out, there's actually two lantern recipes that it gives me. One is the Incastum Terminale, and then one is the Ashertine. I completely failed to realize that at the time. I already have, two Uzalt. The ink in which the first history was recorded by the unwise mortal. Uzalt, is a bright yellow gold of lantern. Light lingers on it for a little while, even in the dark. Gold is not needed to mix Uzalt, but amber is. Unobtrusive shrines to Uzalt could sometimes be found in the churches of the unconquered sun. All right. So I'm kind of happy that I managed those works that way. The tricky part that I have now is I'm going to have to make a decision in terms of when I want to commit these elements of the soul to read more things. So there's a small argument that I do this after I complete the text that I'm reading, but I think I'm going to need like 2 minutes to finish the text, which means I'm basically at the end of the day. So I've currently got 1, 4, 5, 6. So, and empty desks, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then these probably count too. Yeah, I shouldn't be too nervous about it. I think, you know what, let's just throw as many elements of the soul as we can at this. At the very least, I want to complete like large sections of my library, so oh, that's right, there was the Focus of Amber. No, okay, we're gonna read, well, no, we don't need to worry about the order. So Focus of Amber will definitely be the last one that I read. That's the third of the Omar the Blaze works. From there, we will read Sunset Passages and the High Mysteries of the Innermost Chamber of Our Church Solar. Now, this is a little bit of a cheat because I don't think those are by the same author. But again, we work with what we've been given here. So, let's get those two. That's the Fusine text, so I also need to translate. Oh, sorry, that's Sunset Passages. It's the other one that I want to translate. Okay, Concursum Diaries and Letters from a Fugitive. Yeah, I'm going to take care of these next two, and then we will leave the Little Sophia works for later. And then, because I do still want to make the most of the day, I am going to restore a whist to see... We should at least be able to get the Little Sophia books done. And if that's the case, that's nice, because the first half of the Westcott room has been read, which means we can move on to the Vincent works, and then eventually the House of Leith and Ordolemea Obliviates trilogy. Well, it's not a trilogy. I guess the different groups, but I think you get what I mean. It's I want to. That's its own sort of dedicated section, so we're going to be moving on to that when we can. Okay, so that's the you've got another minute before everything goes away sound. And sorry, if you can just give me a second here. Just want to check a quick message. I think we're okay. Decree! You have to lurk because you've got organizing to do. Completely understand. I am already over time, and it's been an interesting one. Like, there's some neat stuff that we've been learning, but I do have a lot on my plate. So, anyways, let's do our best with what we've got. I'll see if I can put those other obligations to the side for now. But it's always lovely to see you. The Focus of Amber. Omar the Blaze spent 7 years manning a lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance. Okay, things just got a little more insistent, so one moment, please. Okay, I think we're good now. Omer the Blaze spent 7 years manning a lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance. Omar claims that the hour called Watchman is both a god who was flesh, an hour who was mortal, and also a god from light, an hour who descended from the glory, but adds finally that the Watchman's origin is triple, and that, in essence, he is amber. The Watchman, according to Omar, was once another hour entirely who ascended into the glory to escape efforts by other hours to send him to nowhere. It may be that Omar's case of sense of persecution creeps into the narrative at this point. Certainly, it grows less coherent, and the last part is devoted to attempts to prove that eyes, eggs, and the sun are all in some sense conjunct. So there's something kind of interesting about this one, just because the idea of ascended to the glory in an effort to escape other hours trying to send him to nowhere doesn't perfectly parallel the story of the twice-born, my character, but there's kind of enough alignment there that I'm interested, let's say. Okay, carrying on, we have got Sunset Passages. A miscellany of funerary prayers, ceremonies, and hymns of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which was ascendant in the third and fourth histories. It schismed during the intercalate when the sun was divided, and has not survived as a significant force. The Church revered the sun in splendor before it was divided, but even while it was still whole, its later selves were recognized as its names. The Madrigad, of course, presided over death and the passage into the house. The white ceremony was spoken to honor the Madrigad at funerals held in the chilly space before dawn. The text cautions that all blades should remain sheathed while the ceremony is spoken, lest the corpse not be quiet. Okay, I am a little curious. I always like to... So it is kind of interesting when you've got the Church of the Unconquered Sun descendant in the third and fourth histories, but not the history recorded by the unwise mortal. Now, it doesn't necessarily... I mean, this would be the idea that Lantern is a single note, and clearly that is not it. I mean, if nothing else, we've got sort of 4 of the solar hours now, so... But in any case, the Incastum Terminale of the third history, its bleak white-blue of winter, it spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods, and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. And Orpiment Exultant, the Incastum Terminale of the fourth history, it is the incandescent orange of forge. One ingredient it's been, as it were, long rumored, is the blood of candescents. Certain Masonic and other related traditions venerate what they call OE. Okay, moving on to the Church of the Unconquered Sun. The high mysteries of the innermost chamber of our church solar. The secret rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which held power in at least 2 histories, which we know are the third and fourth. The church chiefly worshipped the sun in splendor, the original undivided sun, but this text also includes the devotions of its aspects as the chilly winter dawn and the departing sunset, as well as the Meniscate, the sun's night self. Priests of the church were all male, but rites are also included which allow women to cross ceremonially to manhood. The church's highest rites were performed in the concursum, the chamber at the mansus heart, where the hours are known to pass. These rites include salutations to the non-solar hours, the Grail, the Ringu, the Horned Axe, and the Thunderskin. I'm actually going to make a quick note of that, so... This was in Cultist Simulator, but... So I do think it's interesting that the Forge of Days is not included in that list. The Concursum Diaries. So that was an unexpected connection here. So the diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. There are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansis subsist in all of these, in much the same way that you find water in a swamp and in a cup and in the sky. Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansis. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the Mansis changes each year, although he assures the reader that the doors have been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear, at least not while there have been mortals in the Mansis. We're like mice. And we should have one more text. The Letters from a Fugitive. This is Lars Westergren again. Lars Westergren, explorer and murderer, spent 7 years escaping justice through his knowledge of byways and shortcuts in the bounds. Throughout that time, he wrote regularly to his daughter, possibly in part to taunt his pursuers. This always reminds me of The Exile. A year with the Legion de Sul patrolling the bounds until he deserts. A month in the Priory of Captains in Morbahan. 7 days, or so he claims, in Ys behind the wave. Cornered at last by his pursuers, Westergren writes that he will attempt the paths of the sun. He doesn't seem sanguine about his chances, and indeed, this is his last letter. An editor's note adds that Westergren's whereabouts or end remains unknown, although he was supposedly sighted at the Christmas market in Vienna, the negotiations between invisible underworld figures that happen each year there, in 1929. Okay, now I'm intrigued by the fact that I don't have my... okay. So I have 2 elements of the soul. What are we looking at for... I think for 48 seconds, let's try and run this to the bitter end and see if we can learn a little bit about what we can level up. So, Prophecies of Glory, religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. This is much more sober in tone than Gore's previous Wainscot histories. Evidently, he became religious in his later years. Wait a minute, did I got this wrong. It isn't Introduction to the Histories, it is Wainscot Histories. Okay. So that is an argument to move Wainscot Histories to the collection here. How do I do this without completely messing up my order? Okay, unfortunately... okay, this is such a big risk. Sorry, I shouldn't have got stuck in my own head. Let's read the Little Sophia books. I don't believe these wind up giving me any knowledge, like recipes anyway, so. Each fable describes the coming of the second dawn, when the hours of the sun will be united, but in eternity denied. The vampire light and the feast of rays. Sorry, hang on. Each fable... let's just read this from the beginning. Religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. This is much more sober in tone than Gore's previous Wainscot histories. Evidently, he became religious in his later years. Each fable describes the coming of the second dawn, with the hours of when the hours of the sun will be united, but in eternity denied, the vampire light and the feast of rays. Gore depicts a tainted dawn, which can only be purified by a second division of the sun. He insists repeatedly on the dangers and temptations of a false dawn. So, this is very relevant to some of the endings we've been considering, because I believe there is in fact a counterfeit dawn that we can try and perform. Now, the lantern would have been helpful. Let's see... So I would have needed 6 out of Lantern and Sky. So Revelation, Confounding Parable, Beguiling Melody, Storm. We would have been one short. But clearly, if I can, I want to hang on to the memory. Okay, so we will run out the clock. I think, again, I did say I was going to sort of wrap things up when we got to the end of the first half of the Westcott room. Let's see if I can try and cram a few things into the right places. Let's actually maybe do this order here, but that breaks the Little Sophia collection. Well, that's going to happen one way or another, so White Jade Tablet goes back. Okay. All right, we got that just in time. So we'll read the relevant texts, but let me... Okay. Sorry, I got an error message, but that was Dropbox. Should have considered the phrasing. Okay. By their marks ye shall know them. A monster hunting initiate of the hour called named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia and provides advice on finding the weak spots of Long. Little Sophia observes dryly, should one desire to slay an immortal, it is most practical to do so before they become immortal entirely. She details the marks, the changes that Long undergo as they abandon their mortal condition. As a lantern Long begins to abandon its flesh, its skin becomes loose, its bones soften. The sixth mark is to be observed thus, when the flesh between the finger and thumb can be pulled to the final finger joint. Oh dear. Actually, you know what? This might be an opportunity for me to rearrange the House of Leith stuff. Ablations in Iron. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, records the exhibits she has rendered to the War Museum in the Mansis. Little Sophia has never visited the War Museum or even the Mansis in person, and evidently has no desire to do so. She mixes ink, which incorporates the remains of her prey, writes her records in that ink, and then burns them before the Colonel's altar. It is essential, however, to permit no drop of the ink thereby obtained to enter any portal of the body, even a break in the barrier of the skin. Should any fragment of the worm remain viable, it might enter thereby, and the hunt's ultimate conclusion be melancholy indeed. Okay. So given that I'm messing around a little bit with the orderings here, so we've got Everett Vincent, that's fine. Ngalev Lagash, that's fine. Barrowchild, Gaulish Adept for the Ordo Lamea, that's fine. Limian Burzgash, okay, so yeah, we're well into Order Lamea here. Now we're into the Obliviate Order. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's actually not so bad. Yeah, I think we're okay with this ordering here. So the question now is, do I want to hold to my commitment that I would be wrapping up at this time? Or do I want to try and push for the Watchman's Paradoxes? There is actually one thing I definitely want to do. I forgot to write down Prophecies of Glory. Oh. That is apparently already in my list. So the first goal should be to level up Watchman's Paradoxes. I also don't think it would be relevant for Pearl and Tide. Yeah. It might even make sense to bring in Reverend Timothy now that I think of it. Nah, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, so I'm actually going to have to write this out. So if I want... Let's at least plan out how we're going to level up Watchman's Paradoxes, and then I can... I'll set that in motion for the rest of the stream. I will... So there's a couple plans in terms of how the week's going to shape out. But let me at least get the basics done here. So for Watchman's Paradoxes, it's Lantern and Sky. So one obvious option here is Storm. Storm is something that we can create, so I'll count that now. So Beguiling Melody. Curiosity, can we use the Merciless Alteration in that? No, we cannot. Bittersweet Certainty. Cheerful Ditty. Confounding Parable. Foresight. So that's already sufficient, but let's just push ahead. Newman, obviously. Revelation. Now that we're already getting. In fact, we're also already getting the Beguiling Melody, so I'll make a note on both of those. Savage Hymn. Solace. And then Memory Storm is a little bit of a cheat, but okay. So this is definitely easy for us to handle. So what I'm going to try and do just to show off. Okay, actually the other question I have. So I'm going to need 6 plus one of my elements of the soul. So we'll use Faust for that. So I'm going to need, well, I guess technically 5 given what I'm bringing with me through the night. So 5 and then 7. So there's no way I'm doing this. I'm going to have to split this over 2 days. So here's what we do. We set aside one of the Faust to level things up. We'll then use... So this should get me Revelation. So let's see if I can do the books from memory. So if I want a storm... Well, we'll leave the Storm aside. So if I want a Bittersweet Certainty, that would be Glimmerings, which is a Nocturnal Period book. So we'll read that. If I want a cheerful ditty, that would come from Christopher Lapolli's Perugian Diaries, which would be in the collected works sections. For those of you on the fence as to whether or not this is a game that gives you something to chew on, this is how far down the rabbit hole you can go. So what are we at? We've got the Beguiling Melody already, so we've got 1, 2, 3, so we got a total of 4. We just need 2 more. So Confounding Parable. Now we can get that from Ava de Wolf's work 108. Ava de Wolf being one of the Barons Brandkrug. Actually, let's use the Vagabond desk for that. Is in my baronial section of the library. So I believe we just need one more text, which would be... where was I? Well, it would be Foresight, but actually let's wait to see what weather comes up. And the other thing I should do is earn a little bit of money at the Sweet Bones. You're lost in this game. It's like learning Cultist Simulator all over again. Well, Gopharo, I was going to be wrapping up for tonight, but do you have any specific questions? I don't think it's bad to be lost, by the way, because it's an opportunity to sort of gather up all the knowledge again and have new experiences. But I completely understand how sometimes that learning process can actually be unpleasant. So, are you having a little difficulty along the lines of like, you know, using your consider and your verb, so like you're having difficulty in making it to Hush House? Or is it more the idea that, you know, you're getting to certain parts of the house and then the challenges that are coming up are a little too difficult? So I think I said I was going to get a Foresight, so that should be available in the Bancroft Diaries. And the Bancroft Diaries are in the baronial period. For me, at least. Just one. Item with the thing aspect. Where are those most often useful? Oh, so you're talking about, let's use my cranial tchotchke. So the funny thing about things, when you are, things should probably be thought of more as just a catch-all term for like physical objects. If you notice, like when I zoom out of the house, just about everything is strobing, because it's just indicating that it is something that physically exists, as opposed to the wind and waiting, which is a memory, which is not a tangible thing. Now, in some situations, okay, how about I put it to you this way? Would you like me to give you a specific example of a case where you would use a thing as an input? Because it might be that there is a challenge that you haven't encountered yet. It has to do with reading books. And I'm happy to say that to you, but I also want to give you the chance to sort of like a specific example. Okay, so I don't know if you've tried this, but if you read a book that is a higher level than what you can actually do, so let me give you a concrete example of this. Let's say I had Ramsund, and I was trying to read the Turquoise Hand early on in the house at the Grand Staircase. Okay, that's great. And I mean, the other thing is this will apply even for low-level books. It's just this tends to come up a little bit later when you're struggling. So let's take the Turquoise Hand as an example, and I've got this Mystery Rose. So let's say that, okay, Mystery Rose, I need 10 rows, and let's say here I've got Inks of this actually wouldn't be a good example because I've got Fet. Well, let's say I don't have Fet because it's currently tied up. So I've got Inks of Power. Okay, well, that's 6. And then maybe I say, you know, I've got an Intuition or maybe the Occult Scrap. So that gives me another 2. We said we needed 10, right? Yeah. So now we're up to 8. Okay, things are looking good. And then maybe I add the Lunar Globe, which will give me another 1 rose. So now I'm at 9 of 10. But that's still not going to be sufficient to read the book. But what you might notice is that if I were to try to read that at a book, so Natan's desk or the Vagabond desk, there's a few that'll accept rows, you can actually still attempt the challenge. And what happens if you don't have sufficient aspect to read the book? It will give you 3 randomly drawn opportunities to do something extra. Now, sometimes what it will ask for is weather. Sometimes it'll ask for a memory. Sometimes it'll ask for an extra element of the soul, or maybe it'll ask for an assistant. But every once in a while, it will actually ask for a thing, and at that point, you can basically put a thing inside of it. And it basically, you're allowed to put anything from the house inside this section area. So that is one case where it very specifically tells you that you can use. It tells you very specifically that you can put a thing inside. But what is much more likely for you to run into is you're going to want to pay attention to the other aspects of an item. So for instance, the Shears of the Sisterhood, in addition to being a thing, are also a tool. So I can use tools at desks to raise the aspects that I have by the value. In the case of the Shears of the Sisterhood, that's 1 moth. Alternatively, the Cucurbit Barrette will give me an edge, whereas the Mortar and Pestle will give nectar and forge. So in this case here, I personally tend to ignore the thing aspect because it doesn't come up all that often, and it's usually the associated tool that matters. And this is kind of important for me because in some cases here, we've got the cranial tchotchke. Well, if I have something that requires an egg, that's great, but I've actually looked and there aren't places that will allow me to put an egg in. So for instance here, you'll notice that it'll accept a leaf, a beverage, fuel, and flour. It'll accept fuel, root, and sustenance. But if I want to put an egg, because some recipes require eggs, it's actually the sustenance that allows me to put this in the kitchen range. So as far as I can tell, cranial tchotchkes may have the egg aspect, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you can use them as eggs because they're not. You're not able to find the right crafting place for it. And that's quite relevant to Book of Hours. This might be where you start feeling a little bit lost in terms of the game, because in Cultist Simulator, generally what would happen is if you want to do some kind of a ritual, you can put just about anything anywhere as long as it has the aspects. Whereas you'll notice the crafting stations in Book of Hours have some pretty strict requirements. So for instance, the dispensary, first of all, it will accept nectar, forge, moth, and heart. Now, again, it's like Cultist Simulator in the sense that, so drums and dances is terrible because it's heart and nectar. But let's say weaving and knotwork, that's actually moth as well. Don't I have a heart that gives me, that doesn't fit one of these requirements? Let's maybe try the knock side, preliminal meter. So let's say I wanted to somehow take advantage of rows in the dispensary for some reason. So I could use preliminal meter here because it gives me, because it allows a knock. But what I've done is I've seeded this with 9 rows. So the memory would be a bit challenging because I would need to find a memory that has heart, knock, moth, or nectar on it. So an intuition might be a good example there. Or in this case, the occult scrap happens to have some knock. So I would be able to, now I've got this up to 11. But you'll also notice that the matter, the flour and the remains, or the fuel, the liquid, or the remains, those don't have a requirement in terms of aspects. So what I can do now is I can say, okay, for some reason I need to bring in the essential Parois. Now, this doesn't make any sense because it doesn't have any rows, but I don't think there's any remains with rows. But yeah, the restrictions here, they're logical ones, right? Like the dispensary, you're probably not going to be like working metal and stone in the dispensary. You're going to be working with sort of mixtures and such. And so the alchemist's kit, right? Similarly, you're much more likely to see things like liquids and fuels rather than, metals and, memories or something. But that's, that's kind of that's maybe a higher order problem. There will definitely be points where you're like, why don't I have a crafting station that lets me do X, Y, or Z? And it's because they like to, to torment you basically. But yeah, hopefully that helped you out a little bit in terms of the thing. It's a disappointing result, right? Because like obviously it would be nice if I could take advantage of like the Abbot Jeffrey bust. And sometimes I can, but if it asks for a comfort, I'm probably going to be looking for something like the Witch and the Sister or the Cat rather than the, the busts. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's in one sense I kind of like that because the constraints allow me to focus on other things. So there's a lot to do in Hush House. But in addition, it also means that I kind of get to fold in new things over time. But of course, when you have a whole lot of books that have been cataloged and you've got specific things you want to do, it can be a bit frustrating to feel those restrictions. So. You notice you keep examining them and getting... Yeah, that is an interesting one. So very often, you'll notice that all of the memories tend to be associated... Not exclusively, by the way. I highly encourage you to continue checking out the house, because there's definitely information you get from these items. And you definitely can get things that are not just memories, but part of the fun is discovering what. So again, I never want to take away from that... experience of being in an old house and discovering everything inside of it. But you'll notice that very often when you examine something, you'll get something related to the senses. So sight is lantern, touch is forge. There is a scent one, that's nectar. Sound, I believe, is heart. And taste is grail. And there is a memory for each of those. So sometimes you will interact with objects so that you can get the relevant aspect in the form of a memory, but sometimes what you want to do when you interact with an item is to learn more about that particular item. So for instance, if you want to know something about Thirza Blake, well, maybe you can learn something by looking at her painting, or maybe you can take a look at her bust. Well, Thirza would prefer eye contact, but take a look at the graven image of Thirza Blake. But yeah, those are, sometimes, like, this is the fun thing about Book of Hours. And again, it's kind of like the learning the Cultist Simulator stuff. Like, sometimes what you're expecting out of the thing is not necessarily the big reward that you get. Like, sometimes if you read a book in Cultist Simulator, you're looking to get a certain level of lore, but it turns out that in addition to the lore, you've actually discovered an instruction that helps you to get to that, the next door in the Mansis, for instance. So, and I'll be honest with you, like, some of the things that you examine just have nice little details. They create a sense of place. So if you're feeling constrained in terms of elements of the soul, you don't necessarily want to constantly throw them at different items. But the thing is, you never know, right? You never know what's going to have an interesting secret and which one isn't. So it does help sometimes to examine anyway, even if you don't feel like there's an immediate reward for it. Okay, so we have read all of these somewhat recently, and I am a little conscious of bedtime. So I am happy to go a bit later if people want to have some back and forth about the game and what's going on. It's not like... again, I've got stuff to do, and I do want to be somewhat responsible in the time when I finish things up, but I'm happy if people are getting something out of this. I definitely don't mind spending a little more time, just talking about the game or helping solve questions or things along those lines. Like, it is enjoyable to me to have these kinds of interactions. Too. The main thing we're focusing on right now is leveling up the Watchman's Paradoxes, which will eventually be a level 8 item. Yeah, no worries, Godpharaoh. I mean, so I was talking with, we had a visitor earlier, Ozrules, who was kind of on the fence about picking up this game, and one of the selling points that I did say about the game, and I do believe this, is that there's quite a good community that's built up around the game, which is not just... So the thing is that, like, there's lots of communities that are very nice, right? Like, I really like the Brace Yourself games, and they've got a really good community as well. And that is a very conscious... I will read the Bancroft Diaries because that's a really fun one, but... that's a very conscious choice. That's something that Brace Yourself has put time and money into developing, right? Like, they have a very good community team. But the thing that's really cool about the kind of the Secret Histories community, in my opinion, is that they are also conscious about the things that make this game interesting. Have a good one, Temp Mind. Thank you very much. So if you think of it, and like somebody kind of goes in and says, "Hey, I'm having a little trouble opening this door," and somebody says, "Oh, just put X and Y together." It's like, well, okay, but all that you've really learned is to have somebody else solve it for you the next time, right? That's not really teaching you how to approach this game and get the most out of it. And some people do get frustrated with with these kinds of answers, but I still think it's the right approach, where people will sort of say, yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, but think a little bit about, did you try out X, or maybe you should look for something else that might give you that aspect. They're able to sort of give you a little bit of a nudge, as opposed to just kind of open the whole thing up. Like sometimes you want a straight answer, right? I'm really bad at straight answers, but like it helps sometimes to just say, yeah, you want to put the tab in the slot, or, generally you're not really going to think about things. You're going to think about the things associated with things. And, specific example, when you're reading a book and there's a small chance that one of the three things you'll get will ask you for a thing, and that's the time that the thing is relevant. Those sorts of things. And so, that's where I can. I mean, I know my style isn't for everyone, but where I can, I do try to live up to that, because my hope is that people who are just on the border of giving up on a game like this do actually go to something like the community, or hopefully a channel like my own, and they ask a question and someone just gives them that little nudge that lets them pull a bit more on the thread, and all of a sudden they found their new favorite game, because of course that means they'll wind up telling other people about that game. They'll be helping other people themselves, and of course Weather Factory gets to keep making games that I like. Thank you very much, Ham Switch. There will actually, I do think I'm gonna. I've heard a few people now talk about how they'd really like a starting guide for, who'd like a starting guide for Book of Hours. So I think I will actually think about putting one together. Again, I got way too much on my plate to do that like immediately, but I'm hoping I can like snip off a couple of the other tasks that I want to do. I was actually originally going to do that when I had like early streamer access to the game, and I thought, this game's kind of intended for to be a little bit more relaxed, so maybe it's not necessary like it was for Cultist Simulator. And damn, I was wrong. So I will. I do think I can do a companion like I did for the. Because the thing is, I am actually capable of doing reasonably brief videos, like 20 minutes to talk about the basics of Book of Hours. I think that's quite manageable. So you really hated Cultist Sim for the first time around, but once you reached out, you eventually figured out with the tips you received, fell in love with the game. Yeah, exactly. Like I am on Weather Factory's side when they say that the point of the game. Like, the simulator isn't just being cute. Like, I think Cultist Simulator is more of a simulator than Goat Simulator is a simulator. But the thing is that, like, there's only one rate of... Like, the game can only have one rate of learning, but obviously people have different rates of learning. If you are unaccustomed to a game that is as demanding as Cultist Simulator, it can be something you bounce off of really quickly. And I do think that there is some value in, the idea of the game that you learn by playing it. I think that is something that a lot of people really got into Cultist Simulator with, and it was something they enjoyed a lot. But it would be a shame that for want of just a little bit of direction, a whole bunch of people who would otherwise really enjoy the game miss out on it. That was where I sort of said, it's like, okay, I don't feel that this game needs a tutorial, but clearly there are people who would benefit from an explainer. So I put out kind of a video, and the idea was, it's like, okay, my opinion is that, my favorite way of playing the game is figuring this stuff out. And remember, I played the game back when it was like a prototype, so they didn't even have restrictions in terms of where you could put the cards. It was very, very tough. But there was something really compelling about it. And, the hope is that, and this was borne out at least in terms of that video, not to, again, this is a little too much about me, which is not what I intend. But the real value here is that there does seem to have been a group of people who would have given up on the game, but did check out that guide. And then it was like, oh, I get what this thing is about now. And then that's sort of enough that they're like, okay, I don't want to be told anything else about the game. I get I see the species that I am dealing with now, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna run off and see this. And then, I'm actually really delighted. Some people come back to that video and say that they got their first victory. I love that. But yeah, the big one is that I do feel people don't always give themselves enough credit in terms of the types of games that they can take on. And because this thing sort of, I mean, again, like what other company is making games like these, right? So it's completely understandable that people will look at something like this and assume there's something wrong with it because it's not like other games. But then once you get past that initial reaction and then you realize, oh, it's not like other games, and then you get excited. So that's why, I mean, for God's sakes, I've been streaming this for years, not Book of Hours, obviously, but it's why I don't get tired of it. All right, Bancroft seems to, the Franklin Bancroft Diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the rose witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansa spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the rose witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. Lord Franklin Bancroft is way too charismatic for me to compare myself to him. But the one point in which Bancroft and I share a characteristic two. Frustratingly whimsical projects, and two, I am the sort of person who would spend 20 pages bemoaning this last. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He has also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. Okay, I am going to need to wrap up reasonably soon, so if anybody has any other questions, comments, any other things to talk about, now is the time to get them in. I am going to get my Watchman's Paradoxes up at least one more level. I think I'm wasting my time if I try to do any more. But at least I've got a use for that beguiling melody. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Okay, as for the rest, we're already restoring something of the sweet bones. I've got 4 elements of the soul to work with. So essentially the idea here is I'm going to need to generate 7 memories before the end of the day. And sure, I mean, I could, pillage the Ascendant Harmony, the Wind and Waiting. I think those are the only 2. So between the sweet bones and between the sweet bones and a couple of other things, I probably would be actually. You know what? If I've got 4 and I need 7, we probably can do it. Okay, here's the deal. I'm not going to be able to spend that much more time. I need to go to the bathroom. And I'll probably get a glass of water in that. Let's get the Watchman's Paradoxes up. But then I really do need to go. So I'm going to take another small break, and then we'll see this thing through, because I think I can actually get my other Watchman's Paradoxes. So back in a moment. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Again, I didn't want to run ads just because I'm not sure how much more... I just don't know how much more time I'm really going to be able to take on this. But let's see if we can put the... Well, here, let's load up our memories again. Okay, so let's get the beguiling melody. So we can get that from Skeleton Songs. Bittersweet Certainty, we could use Glimmerings again. It would be nice if I had a little more variety, but right now I'm just looking to get memories. Cheerful Ditty, again, we'll use Elopolis, College Diary. And for, where were we next? Confounding Parable. We'll use 108 again. We can use Ava's Desk. And then what we'll do is we'll just slowly fold the remaining, we'll fold the remaining elements of the soul in as, or like the remaining memories in as we get those back for, at the Sweet Bones. Now I'm going to have a small snack for a second. One thing I did want to refer to was, is anybody in chat not familiar with Skeleton Songs? Like the podcast that Weather Factory does? Okay, let me, this is interesting. So if you do a YouTube search for Skeleton Songs, you absolutely do not find, the Weather Factory one. So there's a lot of these now, and they're quite good. Oh, no. But you may be interested in the episode Magic Hath Ravished Me. So the reason for this is apparently the grape fetching matches. So Bancroft apparently has... So the first origin for Bancroft is apparently Lottie saying, wouldn't it be funny if you had this really talented adept who was who only used it for trivial things, at which point I'm like, right on, sister. More of that, please. But apparently the grape fetching matches are very specifically a reference to Marlowe's Faust, which is discussed quite a bit in that episode that I just linked. What's also interesting is that is the first in what I suspect they're saying is a trilogy of sort of discussions of sort of magic systems in sort of writing and games, which I think is a very interesting... Like, Weather Factory has kind of a neat way of looking at this stuff. So Skeleton Songs is really nice because of the... Basically, just I always walk away from it like wanting to read another set of books. Basically, I really do enjoy. I really do enjoy sort of the chance to get some new recommendations out of reading, or new reading recommendations after listening to another episode of Skeleton Songs. But the other thing too is just that, I mean, again, it's a husband and wife, so of course they have good rapport, but like they're both very good presenters, and the two of them together make for very interesting conversations. And so it is just a very fun podcast to listen to because of its content as well as the personalities behind it. And again, much like the games that they make, there's really nowhere else to get that sort of stuff. I mean, it's not that there aren't, book-oriented podcasts. It's not that, you're completely bereft of, of interesting discussion on somewhat arcane topics sometimes. But definitely it is unique as far as a game podcast is concerned, and it's unique as I don't really listen to literature podcasts, but I assume that they exist. And I think it's just it's a really worthwhile it's a really worthwhile little way to spend your time. I think I might 12 seconds. I need 3 more, and then I still need the Foss to come back, so I'm going to rest in bed with a glass of water to... This doesn't seem to do anything, but... I think I'm pushing right to the edge of... Oh, you know what? No, I could have gotten away with that, I think. Okay, let's focus on Faust for now. Anyway, that the reason why I brought up that particular episode is just because of the connection to Franklin Bancroft. So we've got the beguiling melody. Whoa! Melody, certainty, ditty, confounding parable, foresight. Do I have foresight? Oh yeah, we're just finishing it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Revelation, Savage, Hymns, Solace. Well, I only need 2, so... Singlefoot songs for the Savage Hymn. I think I'm still off, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the... Yeah, I need 2 more. So maybe it was the right call to restore the Faust. Choice has been made, so it's not a whole lot else that I can do about that now, but... Even though, so the sacrifice here, right, is I'm not making any more progress on the library, but at the very least, if I can get Watchman's Paradoxes up, then that's out of the way, and then we can properly begin. So I've already done the Little Sophia texts, but we start Vincent's Minglings up to Order Lamea. Feeling a little nervous about the time it's going to take me to do everything, but we should be fine. Yeah, we'll have this. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so with the 7 with the Faust, so I probably could have just paid up for the... I didn't need to give up the water, but... That's life. So Revelation, we can get that from... I guess we last got that from Prophecies of Glory. I need to stop getting nervous about the time that I have during the day, because I think it does actually wind up costing me a little bit in terms of resources. But well, again, I'm one glass of water is not the end of the world. And yeah, Edicts Inviolable did not seem to do anything on its own, which suggests to me that whatever Nin's Cages is referring to is... it needs to be combined with something, and that something hasn't revealed itself yet. Mind you, for a long time, it wasn't clear to us what the Chancel mystery was, and then it turns out that was just sitting in a book, which we'd read a couple of times before. So this is why we're going through the library again. Okay, so in 30 seconds, we're done. There's nothing really to save in terms of the elements of the soul. I suppose technically I could have bought back another element of the soul to generate something, but what am I going to use the memory for, right? What we're really waiting for is another Pneuma. So the interesting question is going to be when we cross over into spring again, and if it's not a Pneuma, do I try and provoke a new Pneuma, or do I just let things pass by? The argument for letting things pass by is that gives me another book, and then that another book means another chance to try and bring Pearl and Tide up. In addition, it also brings us one visitor closer to being able to get someone to give us... So the highest priority in terms of a language would actually be Ramson, just because it gives access to a Newman. But we'll see where it goes. But yeah, if there aren't any other remaining questions, it has been almost 5 hours, and normally I stream for 3. I mean, to be honest, we normally go 4, but the requirement that I have for myself is to do a minimum of 3 hours. But I do actually think this is a reasonably good place to end it for the following reasons. So we're now up to Ablations and Iron. So in terms of the sort of combined works, it's Everett Vinzant's work, 3 works there. This is Nangala of Lagash. So again, I believe that's 3? No, 2. So then we go from the Barrow Child. Basically, the Barrow Child is our crossover into the Order Lamea. Yeah, actually, I could probably do that in an hour, maybe. I've actually found that if I'm not writing on a specific thing that I've set aside, or like if I'm not going towards a goal, if it's just like free associate, do what you want, I pretty much double my word count. It's just, but the thing is that those aren't necessarily very good essays. Like the focused stuff where I'm trying to convince people of something, that does require a certain type of effort, and it doesn't always come out. It doesn't just always flow from me. But yeah, so the thing is that we don't have that much more to do in the Westcott room, but we are about to cross over into another section, which is good. From that, it really is sort of two more major rooms and then a little overflow right around the time that we're going to be crossing over into another season, which means that potentially we gain the opportunity to learn a language, potentially we gain the opportunity to God, words fail me. We get the opportunity to either learn a language, or we will at the very least acquire a new book. And then, of course, if it really does get to a point, like, so if I feel like I'm at a point now where it's like, okay, this just is not working. Like, I cannot afford to wait a season for a book that probably won't take me up on Pearl and Tide. if I'm getting close to the end of reading through my collection, then that's a really good argument for me to use one of the Porphyryne to force a Numa. And the idea why does forcing a Numa help me? Well, essentially, what I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to be able to convert one of these skills into some lessons to upgrade other things. The catch is, though, is if I can do this naturally, then that means that I'm going to have more elements of the soul with which I can do those upgrades in Numa and still get myself back to the status quo. So there is a reason why I've wanted to sort of get a natural Numa after upgrading Pearl and Tide. That represents the biggest opportunity for me to make the largest gains in the smallest number of interventions. But again, I'm not married to a particular approach. From that, again, it is worth remembering that there's more of the house to explore, but we've also been picking up quite a bit. So in terms of individual texts where I've found either something new or something worth following, it's currently 6 pages 6 pages in Word. I'm pretty sure I could get a table of contents if I remember how this... Am I going crazy? I always thought it was in view. Yeah, navigation page. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So out of the readings that we've been doing, there's about 36 different texts that have given me something that I wanted to take a note on and attempt to build. And that does include new recipes. So for instance, glaziering and lightsmithing, I believe we didn't try to make Uzult with it. We only tried Ashertime. So again, you never know. It's always worth reviewing these things. So my expectation definitely is that we're going to discover some new things between these 2 books at minimum, and probably some more. These 2 sections at minimum, and very likely included among these as well. The aim is to try and systematically go through the book so I can get some direction in terms of where I want to mess around and maybe find some new things. Following that, if it does pan out the way I want it to, that means I have more elements of the soul with which to investigate individual items. So we'll start with the lower part of the house with that we haven't investigated yet. We'll move up Gullscry Tower. We'll move into the Kukerbit. The last section that we'll check out will be the I'm going to try something absolutely crazy. I have no reason to think for this, but Saint Tentrento of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for the Skimifectra kind, the Gladerflog kind, the Threetage kind for the kind within. So because this is a big Carapace Cross reference, it was worth a try. I want to see if I can do... So Catacombs Altar I don't have the same strong feeling about. Oh, Goat Prince. The first thing you say in chat. And instead of letting me enjoy this on my own, you instead needed... You felt that I needed some kind of a cognitive sommelier to appreciate the game. I appreciate you hanging out, but man, that is really not a way to... I really feel that this is not the way to treat that game. I'm sorry, that's not a great way of introducing, but I don't know. I didn't have the option to say I didn't want to do that. Anyways, I'm not gonna let it ruin my night. I've got too much to do anyway. But I am going to go on Monday. No, sorry, Wednesday. It's Monday today. God. On Wednesday, I'm going to do Cobalt Core. Brace yourself, or Weather Factor are not the only people who give me keys. Brace Yourself was very kind enough to give me a copy of Cobalt Core. And honestly, I've been really enjoying it, as I have been really enjoying Sunshine Heavy Industries. That was my gateway drug. So the that's going to be a little bit of an interruption in terms of the Book of Hours stuff, but we will be back for it on Friday. And like I said, the plan is going to be to do a little bit of work on, on the remaining texts, see if we can find treasures of the house on our own without assistance. And just once that's done, if we can get some more elements of the soul to examine the different items, we will examine the different rooms, and then the last sort of phase out of everything, assuming that I want to do it, and I think there is some value, what we would do is use the surplus elements of the soul to start eating up some of the consumables. So I'm a little reluctant to do it to things like shadowless silk and potted dragon tree. I don't exactly want this thing to look like it's been, devoured by locusts. But for things like, the sea holly, for the, just the different items that I know I can make some replacements for, I think it would make sense to, run the consumables, see if they tell me anything new. And once I sort of feel like I have engaged enough with the mysteries of the house, we'll be able to write our final determination. Or I guess, sorry, we've done our determinations to commit the history. But I'm done. So it was, Jesus, we're almost out of November. Still haven't figured out what seasonal content is. Something for me to think about later. Let's see who is online, and we can... Alright, sadly, I do not have a Book of Hours streamer. Do I have somebody doing Cultist Simulator? So it looks like Lexo Grande is currently streaming Cultist Simulator. I was going to send you off to Dendrian, who is a... I'm slightly concerned about the amount of Pepe I am seeing, so I think discretion is the better part of valor on this one. Let's... Thank you, Sophia. Let's host Dendrian. I will do a quick shout out for Outworld, because I know a couple of you are Mount and Blade fans, and he is currently doing Mount and Blade 2. But I am going to raid Dendrian tonight because we were talking about him and what a swell guy he was. So if you are into Mount and Blade, you can do that with Outworld. But I'm going to host Dendrian, who is currently doing Final Fantasy IX. Yeah, Vanguard Master. I did kind of want to host him, but I know he's also been streaming for a while, and it feels bad to say so many nice things about, Selphea and Dendrian, and then not host him. And more importantly, I do tend to like to host people who have a smaller number of people. So he's not the smallest on my list, but he's definitely among the smaller. So I will send you along to him. Hopefully he's streaming for a decent time. But have a good evening. I'll see some of you on Wednesday for more Cobalt Core, and for those of you here for Book of Hours, I will see you on Friday. Take care.